Stay above. You have to watch this closely here. You already hit that one. One's already hit. This is that one. It should be down here. It's gonna go down right here. That's a lot of banging, huh? All right, hold on here, guys. Oh, shit. Gotta fix my camera. Hold on here. We got a lot of banging going on here. This is a key level right here. We just want to watch this closely. We don't want to close underneath it or drag ourselves underneath it. We'll watch it here, but the weight is still higher. Personal finance simulator? What, Twitch? All right, I'll check. I'm supposed to also switch to hashtags or something too. Think that, guys. Suffering through up, X day blows, it just grinds. Don't see it. Yeah, I'm looking right now. I have an issue with my camera too. What is going on with this? Oh, it path. I got path down as a buy now too. It is loud as fuck. This one's gone. There's nothing stopping us from mooning right now. Or was that 660? It's too fucking loud. We're about to rip off faces, so watch out here. We need to come down just a little bit more. That's about it. Hang tight, guys. So I'm having some issues here with some camera stuff and my awesome stuff in my office. I've got a lot of like the construction's almost at a crescendo right now. Just watch this closely here. We have our we have our first squeeze right here. We're just back testing right now. We're looking for these new flows to kick right in here and start picking us up into the close. Just a note too that the gamma walls are leaving. Oh, wait a minute. Did I just do something? What did I do there? I don't know what I did there. But gamma walls are leaving to the upside, so just be careful of this upside move. It's lingering in the background. I think we're going to make an all-time high faster than you think. Just check this really quick. Not all-time high. We'll take out the 67.50 though. Wouldn't say all-time high. I would say fuck with all-time highs. Challenge. We already took out the 4-hour above with this one right here. Halfback right there. I didn't take it out on SPX. We took it out in SPY. Took a tick, like a tick right here. It's going to start fucking ramping. This is the next one right here. Polo's the next one. Did you give them the exhaust pipe or no? try this again. Hold on here. Dude, I don't think that I'll ever skate on a longboard ever again. Let's see if we can get some camera fixed here. Hold on. Nope. Put that away. Oh, yeah, baby. All right, here we go. Forgive my voice. And I've got a lot of stuff going on here. Give me one more minute here. I'll be right back. I'm going to try to close the door here. Hold on. Never, ever again. I've never liked those. I'm not like, I don't mind them on like a sidewalk or something, but, or I like a sidewalk, like Riverwalk. Streetboard is all I'll ever ride. Try to kill myself on one of those longboards. Oh my God. I went on I went skateboarding with my daughter last night. Whew. And I busted my ass. I busted my ass pretty bad. I was on a longboard, and I don't ride longboards ever. And I went, longboard was gone. And I went like wham, like wrist, elbow, head, whacked my head. I was like, I'm gonna die. Be careful here. I know that I'll say a few things. I know that everybody wants the crash. I know that like the market, I know that everybody wants it. I get it. When I read like BBG and I'm reading all kinds of stuff, and like they're writing the entire manifesto again. Like we're back to the entire manifesto being written. Like we need every reason in the world for this market to go down. VVIX, VIX, Vol, you name it. Like the shit that I'm reading. Like last night I started reading this stuff and I'm like, oh God, here we go. And then this morning, or in the overnight, we were blasting down, and I'm like, I'll just gotta start shit posting on Twitter because, you wake up all the doomers, all the bears wake up and they're like, this is our day, this is our moment, and sure enough, this morning it all recovers, no problemo, right? So there's some mechanics going on though that we need to pay attention to. One of them would be we don't want to close under 6,000, of course. That's fairly easy to understand, right? 6,000, don't want to close underneath it. But there's something else going on in the background that you probably or may not be aware of, which is the doors to higher highs are opening right now. So be extremely careful to the upside. I'm being serious here. Like 6750 could happen even today. Today, tomorrow. I'm assuming it's going to happen over the weekend. If I was a dealer, I would do it over the weekend. You might catch like, we might catch this one today. 66. I think this is where it is. I think this is where 6,700 is. So basically 6,700 on the close. But I'm going to warn you. I'm going to say it one time, all you fucking doomers out there. They are going to rip your fucking faces off. And I'm warning you now, okay? I'm just warning you. I gave you the warning. No, you weren't crashing this morning. No, you weren't opening, crashing, and no, you are not crashing today. I get it. Like I seriously get it. If we start rolling down, we will short it together. For the rest of you though, I'm telling you, like they're gonna jack you. they're gonna rip your faces off. I'm begging you. If you're a bear, like please don't fall for it again. Just don't. It's like the stuff. There's so much room to go down. You wait for it to confirm that we're going down, and then we can go down. We'll do it together. I promise. I really promise you out there. But if you're a bear, just be extremely careful. It's like they're just it's like they're just like they fell for it again. Shit, that's really happening right now. Don't fall for it. We'll do it together. There's plenty of time. No, you don't have to call the top. You don't have to do that. You don't have to say this is the crash. Black Monday, all of October, Black Monday, November. I realize that we're going to go down. We're going to sweep down there at some point, but it's probably not on your time frame. Likely. I really would like to see that 82, but I think if we can hit that 82, we can swing lower and potentially sell a little, do a little bit of selling maybe into mid-November, but unless we go down there and start closing the doors to upside, they're accumulating. I'm telling you, they're fucking accumulating right now. And if you get caught in that accumulation, you're going to have a bad time. I promise you. I really do promise you. So be patient if you're on sell side. I think I told you yesterday and the day before, turn off social media. There's ohm being pushed everywhere. There's like ohm for like moving your money into the bond market. Now they're telling you to buy 10-year calls, yield calls, geopolitics, missiles, World War III. You want to be thinking about that stuff when you're on a high. I'll be honest with you. You want to be thinking about that stuff when you're on a high, not on a low. Not here. So be very careful of what you're consuming right now. I realize that a lot of the data says we should go down. I get it. But price action rules. Not only does price action rule, but I think there's better places to sell short term and or sell long term. I think on the highs is a way better place to be hedged out. And I think for short term hedging, we need to be lower. We need a few things to happen, and those things have not happened yet. So if it happens, though, I'll say something. I'll be like, hey, we either close your shit and we're going to start running this to the downside. We can do that, but this is very dangerous for a bear here. I think I said that yesterday. Many will be fucked, right? The bulls and the bears will get fucked in here. I can see both trades clear as day, but there's no trade to take to the downside just yet. I think that you could be used for fuel to the upside. I'll be honest. So, you just don't do nothing. And today's OPEX, so we're gonna grind this day, and then we'll get a move at the end of the day. The last we've got Trump speaking at 1, so I'll be here for that, and then we'll check back in around, close and see if we can catch a move up or down. There is some potential for some more down here too, but I think it's for accumulation. I can't match what the narrative I can't match to the expectation. So I have some concerns. I have some real concerns that the ohm selling is meant for you to be the bag holder on that. To be quite frank with you, I'm not trusting all the ohm right now, in any way, shape, or form. And you don't want to be that guy. You don't want to be the guy that has to eat that at all. You really don't. It sucks. Or again, you're trading a weekly paycheck. You don't want to be doing that shit. You want to be making money. And so I don't see that doom move yet. There's nothing technically saying that's going to happen. And Gamma picture is looking more and more bullish today. So, you wake up on Monday and we're ripping faces off. If you're up there putting a hedge on or selling, I think that's fine. I got no issue with hedging on highs. We hit an all-time high or test an all-time high. I think that's absolutely fine. But for like short-term stuff, we're not there yet. We really are not. We have intraday stuff, but we're not there in terms of. I think we're at like squeeze risk right now. So Major squeeze risk. So just be extra. We had it yesterday at the close. We had some squeeze risk. They did it in the overnight, and then they did it again this morning on the open, and then trapped people in, or sucked people in. But we're at like squeeze risk right now, like major upside move coming. So don't get caught. If you're a doomer or a bear or something, like they're telling you. And if we do close underneath like 6,000 or something like that, or start breaking below, or this fails, I'll show you this right here too. So if this were to fail, you see this move right here? If this, say we fail to, so this is all a part of one big move. And if we fail this, I would say, yeah, maybe give you another chance to the downside, but you know, we start blasting up here and we start ripping faces off up here, and it's bears back to the drawing board, isn't it? That's what it is. Back to the drawing board. You know what I mean? Hopes and dreams, and I'll explain this better to you too if you really want it. You got to remember that this low right here. So like, god damn that. I think I'm in danger here. So you know, I think we can get down there, but I think what it is, we're gonna hit that high, or just this tick. Then we're down here and we actually hit this one right here, into pre-VIX, like a day before VIX expiration. I think that's your best bet for the jackknife down. I think this is your best bet. I think VIX expiration pre-VIX is probably your best opportunity for it. And it's concerning that you know, everybody and their sister is like, we're gonna crash. This was pre-market. That wasn't cash, or that was yesterday. Actually, they're not showing the real lows here, I don't think, in the overnight. But when they say fake future numbers, but I just want you to know that like, let's say we did this today. Let's say I guess if you're a bear or whatever, you know, if we like closed out Friday here, I might give you the benefit of the doubt and be like, yeah, we can start selling this together. I might even take some puts if we did that. So just over here, if we start the process right now, I think this is what people wanted. They wanted this on Thursday, but we knew that was accumulation. This is a fake out in here. If we closed today under here, I would give you the benefit of the doubt. But we're in accumulation, I assure you. That's what we're in for right now. So until some failure happens, be very afraid. And not only that, there's something else here that this chart is not showing you. So there was a high. Oh, this might be showing. Nope, that's not showing it. There was a high, not there. Hold on. Yeah, there was a high in here. That got beat. It's not this tick. I thought it was in here. I think there was a tick in here, but I could be wrong. And our next one should be right here. Even with the lower lows and the lower highs and the failures, like this failure right here, I think we ticked this one. Maybe it was this one that we ticked. This one looks bad. This one looks bad, and this new low looks bad, but I think we took it out over here somewhere. And it was in after hours. It was like 5 o'clock or 8 o'clock at night, like 8:15 or something. You got to be really careful. I'm telling you, the move is up, not down. We would need to lose this, and until not just one tick either. Not just one tick. It's always the new low to get underneath there. So, accumulation, I assure you, it's the highest probability. It really is. That the way is higher, not only higher, but extremely higher, like 6750 at least. That's cranking. So just be aware of it. trying to save your account. If you're a bear doomer, I know you want it. It's not going to happen. Not yet. we got to get Marco back on the job to sell. So we're fighting with Polo, and then we're fighting with dealers, and they're gonna buy back shares today, and just like stay out of the way if you're a bear. I think 2 days ago I said we're not going to go anywhere in the next 2 days in the OPEX. We're kind of in a tractor beam. We haven't gone anywhere. There's been no crashing. There's been no all-time highs. It's just like teasing you that this is going to happen, and you're getting sucked into it. Don't get sucked into it. Don't do it. Just don't. Just come back on Monday. I almost wasn't even going to trade today. I was like, I'm not even going to come to the office. I got like banging shit going on. I got banged up last night. And OPEX is not the day to be in here calling fucking crashes and shit. But of course, they're going to tell you that. I'm reading a whole bunch of stuff here in the background. It's all doom. Like everything is fucking doom. Fear, 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 fear. Even the fear and greed index, everybody's fearful. I'm like, I need more fear right now. And we don't have the prices to correlate to it either, do we? We don't have the prices to correlate to that extreme fear. So I know you're fearful. I can tell. You can see it. They have like fear and greed index is like total fucking fear. We're blasting down in the after hours, and you got people going, "Oh my God, we're gonna crash." Don't succumb to it. Just don't do it. They're gonna take all your shit. I guarantee it. They're gonna ramp this fucker right in your face. So I'm telling you, we're gonna get some big prints up there. I guarantee you. But man, they're trying. I can't say that they're not. It's not easy to navigate this shit. It didn't look good this morning. I was like, man, it's like the fear and greed, or the fear and the but the positioning is awful. It's like terrible positioning. So, well, who said that? Hold on a second here. Can you guys hear that or no? Might not be in your ear. Might just be in my ear. Let me turn this on here for you. Turn that on. I'm telling you guys, the way is higher. And I realize, like some of the stuff I'm reading, like I'm reading, hold on here. Do you want me to show you the doom that they're pumping out? It's fucking on fire.
At 12:15 a.m. PM
Vols
Eastern
have,
Time, we expect
exploded
comments
lately,
from
but
Fed's
intraday,
Muslim, who
reversals in
participates in a
VIX so
fireside
far is
chat at the
huge. Some of the
IIF
latest buying.
conference.
That's gold. Blah, blah, blah. More gold crap. A lot of gold fear. And a lot of friends short gold yesterday into the bell. VIX term structure is showing huge stress priced by options market. The short end of the curve has exploded to the upside. Note the change of the curve over the past 3 sessions. Recall the SVB crisis. Saw the SPX sell off around 7% during the SVB crisis. VIX was up, but the move in VIX back then was much more than calm. VIX pricing in something much more than regional bank stress. I'll show you this right here. I think it isn't pricing in spot up vol, to be honest with you. Or we sell that that upside move. There's like in their time frame. So in their time frame, I mean, I get it still works. Like we're gonna sell because of VIX and all that, but it would be down here. We keep hitting these targets, and you can see it right there. So we'll wait, patiently wait. You should be hedged up here, regardless. If we go up here. I'm going to go up here, smash this one out right here, take that one out, and then take this one out here. You could hedge that if you wanted to. I think this is the better, the easier path. Less you got an unwind pop potentially in Vixpiration. You got dealers that'll help you there. And then the only other risk here is there's risk of an all-time high right here. You could theoretically like come into November 1, and that's where the real blast is, into the 15th. This is another good place here. And if you really wanted the place to sell, it's got to be up here. And you get the Fed rate decision is fuel. GTC is fuel. 49% of S&P 500. And you like just take that top tick and hedge that shit for November. My assumption is that it's going to be like this. You know, bear over here. Telling you to buy a bunch of puts, you fuel up here. I'd be like this one. This is where I'd be hedging up here. But any like, oh, add more over here, fuck no. Short-term stuff, no adding in short-term stuff. This is all like long-term hedging. But we are not in the place for anyone to be talking about, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like this kind of shit. They don't want this. They want this. This group is this group over here. So these guys are trapped. They got puts, right? Crash puts. So they're like, oh my God, we're going to crash down here. Oh my God, we're going to crash down here. And they're going to scream bloody murder the entire time. And they're going to poison the well for you. Fuck those guys. This market goes up and to the right. The rest of it's all noise. For right now, at least. And let's just see if we caught this tick right here. $80 if you're out there. $80 if you're watching the show right now. You're awesome. Talked to $80 last night. That's right here. Just waiting. We just need this tick right here. We can see just this tick. Just the tick. It's on. It's on like Donkey Kong. This is the bull tick needed to start ripping faces off. We already hit it back here. But there's another one. There. So you can see it. Oh yeah. Watch out for squeezing. I'm warning you. Watch out. Like people are like, I gotta delete my posts, my crash posts on Twitter. Like I'm reading this other shit here. That was the VIX thing, right? Here, I'll show you the VIX thing here. I can't say that this won't happen. I just don't see it on this time frame. Here's the VIX thing right here. All the shit that I've been reading all morning is like this. You've got VIX. Oh, hold on here. You got VIX rising here, and then you've got the roll in SPX, the roll in KRE, and so the intent is we're going to blast down and have an April type crash. This is like a crash chart here. I don't know if you can see this, but there's SPX, there's KRE, and VIX is rising. So they're already pushing the ohm on the stock market crash.
Bank of England's Green says Slack has opened up in the labour market and making wage part of the wage price spiral less likely.
I got others too. KRE SPX gap is very wide. But I don't think it's tradable. I really don't, or not yet. If we failed all-time highs, I would say there's some
Green
potential
says we should
there.
not cut rates every quarter,
but I don't.
But
think,
rate cutting cycle is
I
not
really
over.
think your unwind is closer to like this October 31st. Like 46% of S&P is reporting. We massively stressed. We have been pointing out the huge under the hood stress and volatility markets this week. VIX continues surging in early trading at levels not seen since late April. Yeah, you know they're going to try to break trend. I mean, I get it. I understand that. I understand the idea of trying to break trend from mid-October into mid-November. I get it. The question is, how deep is it? It's not like, does it break? It's how deep is it, and what are the implications in November and December? If it's not low enough, they're going to turn on the buy button for window dressing at the end of the year, and you're going to be fucked. So, yeah, I'm reading some stuff right now. It's like completely horrible. The Russell sell-off. So far, just a failed break out of move into correction, but respect the two last candles. They are ugly. Russell futures down to trend levels, trend channel lows with 5-day coming in slightly lower. 100-day down around the 2300 area. Where is the Russell right now? Like, this is some bad shit they're writing. IWM. Save, hockey stick save. It's a little bit dragging ass right now, but it's a little bit of a hockey stick save too. They're looking for this right here. They're looking for this is bottom right hand side. So the doom that was being pushed this morning was we'll blast down here, open down here, and it's on to the downside. And there's a pure hockey stick save there. Do you see it? Those are the same people. The same group right here. Same, there's the 17th right here. The same fucking group right here. Just see it simply. This is the September 17th gang. Up, right? We didn't get the new low, so it went back up again, right? We didn't catch the new low in here, so they're still here, right? Buyers here, slam it up, and they're right here again. So you cannot be, you can't be short. Like, you got to be like under here to be even thinking about getting short. And even then, you got to get the new low. You can do this one, but you're being sucked in right now to doom is my point. Just so you can see it here. You are the liquidity for up. So don't fuck with this stuff unless we start breaking it. Closing maybe below it. I mean, I would take something like this. Like if we had a close down here today in the bell, I would say, yeah, let's short the fuck out of the weekend or something, or buy a bunch of crash puts over the weekend. But this is not conducive to. This is buyers. They're fucking in here. They're buying. They've been buying since September 7th fucking 10th. I know you're like, well, Cap, this is a big bear flag, and yeah, it's been a big fucking bear flag going all the way back to April. So, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't a bear flag. This is demand. So just be careful. I'll take that trade down with you, but don't get caught in the bullshit. Don't get caught in the nonsense like, oh, man, I'm going to buy a bunch of crash puts, and these same assholes are selling them to you. Theta Gang is selling them to you. and they're lying to you. For right now, they are. If anything changes, we will update expectations. And they're going to do this again, too. You're going to hear this. Let's go look at it. I think we even said this. I think I said this to you a week ago. You're going to hear the same shit over here, too. You're going to hear it. You're going to hear it here, and you got to be careful. Like if it's going to break and roll, we still have to see the breakdown going on to take that trade. You'll hear it over here too. VIX and KRE and this and that. They're going to do the same fucking thing to you over here too. It's going to be a bunch of drama and doom down here. But you really do need the break underneath the new low, and then we'll chase that to the downside. Remember that we're still price, hourly, daily triggers all still up here fucking around. So can't be messing with this shit yet. Not yet. I know you want to call it, but it ain't happening today. And not only that, we're getting doors opening to the upside. Gamma is not your friend right now if you're a bear. I know you want it to be, but it's not. If anything, this market is unwinding to the upside.
Feds Muslim says it's premature. What to say comes with the FOMC meetings after October.
Get rid of this. God, they're trying to shake so many people out. It's like nonstop. I'm getting like dust in my throat and stuff from the construction. Looking for this nice little tick right here. Trump will be here in half an hour, we think, right? Trump also coming out and pausing
tariff impacts
tariffs.
Are still flowing into the economy.
I'm in agreement with that pause. I think I talked to you about that last week. New tariffs are not priced into the markets. They're not priced into corporate profits. They're not priced into you. You will eat those. I think initially, if you get those new tariffs, you will eat them. I don't think corporations would intentionally eat them immediately. I think that they would try to pass them along to you first before eating those tariffs. And I think that if they can't pass them along, they're going to hit their bottom line. Thanks, appreciate it.
Feds Muslim says tariffs will work through the economy into the middle of next year.
Hold on here. I'll read this piece to you here. President Trump on Friday said the threatened high tariffs on Chinese goods were, quote, not sustainable, easing fears of further trade escalation between the countries. Quote, but that's what the number is, he said during an interview with Fox Business. It's probably not sustainable, It could stand, but they forced me to do it. Trump on Wednesday confirmed that the trade tensions with China remained high, telling a reporter who asked whether the two countries are headed for a prolonged trade war. Well, you're in one now. There was a response from Trump. President's comments came despite Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent suggesting that an extension of the tariff pause between the U.S. and China was possible. Trump on Friday confirmed that he will meet with Chinese leader Xi later this month. That's not conducive to sell the news. You really want that like Z meeting to break down. And so we still have that meeting going on at the end of the month. You have 46% of the S&P 500 reporting. You've got the Lisa Su Huang pump show with AI. You've got earnings. You've got too much going on. Rate cut, fever for the next session. So you start reigniting. Like we're an extreme fair, and you start
Fed's Muslim says purchasing power is still an issue for many Americans.
Bullishness or happiness. That's normally FOMO, right? So you have all these big, awesome, wrapped up bow volatility events into the end of the month, and I'd be really scared of that upside move. I'd be trying to sell that more than trying to fade it right now. I just think we're suppressing price. We're just suppressing the inevitable of moving higher. Now, if we do roll down, we can take the short, but I ain't seeing it. Not right now. I know they want to see it. I know they want that bloodbath. I know the Bulls want 636, 616-ish. I think they'll be angered down there too. Of course, the 560 looms. There's something else fascinating here too, which is, a kind of a key level here is this 682. It opens up an extension to 695, 700. If we don't hit it, if we sell 582, or excuse me, 682, it opens the door to the correction to 560 in my view. So we have to watch that too. We have to watch a failure of all-time highs or a failure of 582 in a back test. We still have to watch that shit into probably middle of November. But we're not there yet. We're not there to call that at this point. And I can't call that because that extension is still fucking there. That extension to 700 would rip your face off and shit down your neck.
Tariffs don't appear to be passing through to services.
It'd shit down my neck too if I was in a bunch of puts. I'd be fucking furious. I'd be fucking angry. Or if I was looking lower with puts and not looking higher with a hedge, I'd be pretty angry. So we'll keep watching this into the end of the day. I do think we are going to crank into the close. Trump will be back here at 1 p.m. For a presser. We'll watch it together. Give me 15 minutes. I'm going to drink some more water, drink some more coffee, and I'll be right back with you guys. Don't mess around with this OPEX day, guys. If you're a doomer, don't do it. It's not in your favor. I'll be right back.
Muslim says other parts of services inflation are still sticky.
What else he's saying here? He said the president's comments came despite Scott Bessent suggesting that an extension of the tariff pause between the U.S. and China was possible. Trump on Friday confirmed that he will meet with Xi later this month. Quote, I think we're going to do fine with China, Trump said. Over the past week, relations between the two countries have become increasingly strained, though both sides have sent mixed signals about how serious the fallout could be. China accused the U.S. on Thursday of causing panic over Beijing's export controls on rare earth materials, according to a report in China's state newspaper, the Global Times. Last Friday, Trump said the U.S. would impose an additional 100% tariff on Chinese goods starting November 1st over Beijing's plan to impose new export controls on rare earth minerals. Since then, China, however, China sanctioned U.S. units of a South Korean shipping company, while Trump threatened to further curtail trade with the country in response to its halt of U.S. soybean purchases.
Muslim says, I expect to begin the journey back to 2% inflation in the second half of 2026.
See if I got anything live here.
Fed's Muslim says labor market is not a source of inflation, and my business contacts say the job market has cooled.
You can hear that banging in the mic. I can see it spiking.
Fed's Muslim says, broadly speaking, the job market is around full employment right now.
There's your there's your Halloween grave for the bear. Just the tip. All we need. Maybe a little bit more. Hold on here.
Fed's Muslim says, I see a 30 to 80K job market break-even rate.
Slightly higher, right about there. Sounds like bad. Like you can hear it, right? Bang, 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 bang.
Fed's Muslim says, we are not in an imminent problem for the job market, but risks have increased.
Check one, check one, check one, check one, check one, check one. Turn that compressor down. Check, check, check. Got some stuff here from Musalem. Could support a path with another cut if more risks.
Fed's Muslim says monetary policy is somewhere between restrictive and neutral.
If risks to jobs emerge and inflation is contained, Fed should not preset course and follow a balanced approach. I see limited space before rate cuts would make policy accommodative. We are in particularly uncertain moments. It's premature. What to say comes with FOMC minutes after October. Tariff impacts still flowing into economy. That's false-ish. So that's false. Not only he's saying tariff impact still flowing into the economy. So the Fed is unwilling to admit still too cyclical inflation. Tariffs will work through economy into middle of next year. I disagree with that. Purchasing, I disagree with that whole argument. Purchasing power, so they're going to try to push that we're not in cyclical inflation. Still, tariffs don't appear to be passing through to services. They're not. That is the cyclical inflation. Other parts of services inflation are still sticky. That's cyclical inflation. Expect to begin journey back to 2% inflation in H2 of 2026. We've already hit it. So I don't know what he's talking about here. Labor market is not a source of inflation. My business contacts say job market has cooled. It has, but it has to keep up with it. Jobs market has to ramp, or at least pay. Wages need to ramp with inflation. Broadly speaking, job market is around full employment right now, 100%. I see 30K to 80K job market break even rate. We are not in an imminent problem for job market. I agree. Monetary policy is somewhere between restrictive and neutral. Moran wants something to say. Moran and Trump seem to disagree with that statement. They seem to they're looking for like 0.5. They're out of their fucking minds thinking that, to be honest. But all right, hold on, I gotta mute this again. Hey, can you? What's that? Okay, can I? Okay. Are you on the phone with her? I'll call her. Is that Menards? Okay. Can you? Can you? I got it. Thanks, baby.
Fed's Muslim says bankers tell me credit conditions are really good.
Thanks. Hey, are you having? Did they ask you to pick up some more OSB or whatever? Okay. 14. You need two more 14 footers. Did you? Did you tell them that they could use? I have like a Milwaukee framing nailer and a bunch of nails and shit. Did you tell those guys they could use the framing nailer and like compressor or whatever? Okay. So he doesn't have a roofing nailer. He's got a framing nailer for the third floor, or no? All right. About to save big money at Menards. You guys can hear that. I need some 14-foot I just saw that. I didn't know you guys could hear that. I've got like kids home today helping out, and yeah, our house is crazy right now. It's like pure pandemonium. It's like the money pit. I have I have another house that I'm trying to renovate. I've been trying to renovate, and I moved. Like, did you see the new office? I moved into this house recently, and it's under like full construction. I think I moved in here a couple months ago. It's been a couple months, right? It's been at least 2 months or so, and it's like been the shit of nightmare fuel. And we got like a bunch of rain coming, and I've got parts of my house open to the elements right now, and we're in like panic mode right now because we've got like heavy rains on Saturday night, Sunday, and then all next week. And that rain wasn't coming, and now it is. So it's like full on like not working around streaming. It's like got me 14-foot beams and shit. I'm like, let's go to Menard. Well, I didn't say that, but the guys were telling her, and I hear them swinging hammers, and I've got extra nailers. So I'm like, hey, you can use my nailers.
Says there's low probability that the next Fed leader will not be qualified,
but they're swinging hammers, so it's like bang, bang, bang. And we're having a pretty bad winter coming up here. So theoretically, we're gonna get a pretty bad winter. I'm excited for it, but I got to be ready for it. A little bit of fade coming into this 1300, waiting for Trump to come live. Just a few more minutes, next 15 minutes, if he's not late. Watch for a little bit of risk-off behavior into this last little bit. Hopefully he is happy, Trump. Taco Friday. Hope we can get some Taco Friday going today for him. Trump, if you're watching right now, there are no walls above, bro. We are free and clear to trade 6,750. So Trump, if you're watching the show right now, if you're in the golden toilet bathroom right now, if you're watching this show in particular, brother, taco time. We need taco time. Talk about Z, how you're going to meet with him, and you're going to fix everything at APEC. You're going to fix everything in Europe. You're going to fix everything with tariffs. And you can roll if you work for Trump, tell him that he can be as bearish as he wants from December 31st tell him he can even take May if he wants. He can take May 31st too, or May 30th or whatever. He can go full bear. It'll look great. Market will be fine. It'll be perfect timing, right? I can get my lumber and my Thanksgiving turkey and my Halloween candy at the same time. They do sell candy corns at Menards. I noticed that. I was like, those guys have candy corn. It's one of my favorite Halloween candies. We're doing that shit too. Oh, and I'm like, we're like talking about. So we've got we're supposed to do a 5K road race on Thanksgiving for the turkey trot, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it this year. I've been not asked. My wife doesn't my wife doesn't want to stick around in Michigan this year for Thanksgiving, and we've been our house is like not conducive to Thanksgiving right now. Like I'm looking at ceilings with no ceilings in them, like open joists and stuff like that. And I'm thinking that by the time I get to Thanksgiving, I'm not going to have a kitchen. That's what I think. I feel like that. I feel like I'm going to get into Thanksgiving and I'm going to be eating ramen and stuff. Dude, can you guys hear that shit? Like this sounds like a bomb going off. But yeah, so we're like running and doing small work. I did some work last night, and then middle of the night did some work, and then I don't know. I don't think we're gonna be here for Thanksgiving. I think I need to make alternate plans. I was talking to some friends of the stream to see if we could go hang out with them. We might do that. Hang out with some friends from the community for this Thanksgiving. Just give me a little dip here or a little rip. Just pick it and come right back down. Just give me the tick. And come all the way down here if you want. I don't care. Come all the way down here if you want. Just get that tick. Go all the way down there. I really don't care. It's that nice little tick up here. I was actually looking at I picked up the other night like 2-3 nights ago when picked up 14-foot 14-foot rafters, and they were garbage. I couldn't believe how bad they were. I had to dig through an entire pile to find anything that didn't have a bunch of knots or weren't taken from the outside of a tree. Right there. Give me 1 second. I got shit coming through my room here. Hold on. All right, guys, I got to go look at something really quick. I know Trump's coming on in the next few minutes. I'm going to turn him on. Is my stream done? My stream kicked me off? Okay. I'm gonna attempt to put Trump on in the background here. I need you to know that I gotta go look at something. They found some really bad shit here. Hold on. I'll take a picture. I'll show it to you guys. Give me a second and I'll take a picture and show you what I'm talking about. Watch this big right here. Yeah, damn. Okay, I've got it on right now. They are arriving at the White House.
But I was like less than 10 feet away from it. Oh, it's just amazing. And, you know, of course, no amplification. You know, it was just whoa, hey.
I'm just gonna leave the audio on and not the.
Yeah. You just about hung them on that when you stretched it out. Perfect.
I'm gonna leave just the audio on.
We can go a little further.
Not video at the moment. So when I'll be right back in a minute. I gotta go check on this. Like, there's a bunch of rot in an exterior wall, and I gotta go look at it really quick. And I just had a wall like a bunch of shit come into this room, or I thought it was this room, but it was another room next door. Excuse me, a few minutes there, guys.
I think I looked. It's like 8 or 10. Oh, okay. Car's like, no, just like mine. Oh, it's yours. Oh, okay.
Oh man, you're gonna have to call Derek. He and I have been through this many times before. It's like some backsplash through the server with all the other digital stuff coming in. But yeah, Derek knows about it. If you give him a call. All right. Thanks, dude.
Thank you, man. That's awesome.
That has not been determined technology. Yeah, dude.
Sunburned over there?
I was sitting in the shade for so long.
Yeah.
And it was
chilly.
I worry about you.
Yeah. Rocket coming in.
Yo. Dude, Ski. You know that new cable you gave me, which ain't all that flexible? That's the new cable I've got here. Because
Keep everyone on their
I
toes.
haven't changed a thing since the last time we had this issue with all that backsplash. And we've had quite a few arrivals and departures since then with no problems. On Monday. Said told me there was something about video belching back into the system from other inputs. Yeah, I'm on AC, but I'm the only one plugged into the extension cord.
ECB's Wunsch says the chances that further rate cuts will be needed is receding. I'm comfortable with market pricing.
And he's due to arrive any moment, so I can roll on it camera and play it back later, but you know how they like all that live stuff. I took it off. Is it still happening? I've been up since I think 11 a.m. and I don't know if anybody was paying any attention to the monitor. I don't think so. I've been up hot since over 2 hours. What was that issue that you said? Video burps back onto the line, or you get some kind of.
Your necklace reminds me of an old office. There's a built-in bookshelf, and at the top, like if you turn your necklace upside down, it has like a fan shell kind of detailing in the woodwork on the top of the shell. Yeah. I'll show you a picture. Yeah, let's see that. And it's gold. Let's see.
my ancestors' Portugal.
Spot gold extends decline, last down 3%. Total US rig count 548, 548. US rotary oil rig count 418, 418.
There's like nowhere to move. It's elbow to elbow still. All right, dude. Sorry about that. Okay.
Just a heads up, the UK Chancellor Rachel Reeves is speaking on Bloomberg TV. UK Chancellor says we'll continue to meet fiscal rules and lower debt and deficit. Reeves says more fiscal headroom would be good, but means a trade-off. Reeves says, in a world as volatile as today, a bigger buffer helps.
Now I think I'm getting getting Slack notifications now.
Reeve says it's mindful to get balance right on taxes.
Molly's in the house.
All right, I'm going to power cycle the camera. Okay, I'm going to turn the camera off, right? This is beyond my pay grade, dude. I have no idea what's wrong with the camera. Okay.
The UK Chancellor says we need to see reform in the UK's welfare system.
If you want to tell the powers that be, I'm trying to communicate with them. But there's nothing I can do at this moment. His arrival is imminent. This is an issue for Jerry.
I already made the joke that I'm not dead.
So, for a long time, I was making a joke. Let's say you started saving for Jack's college yet. I would say, no, my life insurance. Yeah, and then I had friends in the 50s and 60s. Yeah. So I had to retire that quick. Emily hated it all along. I got left. dog, and that is. I mean,
For that
he
dinner.
must have had a few. He must have had a few before he went to those days. But you wonder if maybe she loved it, right? Maybe that's the relationship. Maybe she like cackled.
Late, man. They don't have the troops in place yet.
I figured the over-under would be probably 125.
Yeah.
No. Yes.
No one seems in any kind of hurry, that's for sure.
Well, at least it wasn't on C-SPAN. The president wasn't there that year.
Hey, welcome back to some naval news with Subbrief. Today we're going to begin with the big picture of the globe and what the Navy's doing around the world, and we're going to slowly work our way to some specific stories we're going to talk about today. Big credit and shout out to the Naval Institute for making this great graphic every week that shows the general location of our deployed fleets. We'll reference this frequently here in the beginning. Let's begin in the Mediterranean Sea with the Ford Carrier Strike Group, where she's doing a routine Mediterranean patrol in that vicinity. She's accompanied by 5 Arleigh Burke destroyers, very heavily defended, well-guarded aircraft carrier along with some support vessels, doing a number of different things in the area, working with the Italian Navy, the French as well. They're just showing a presence in that area. I believe that she will eventually end up in the Red Sea and in the Arabian Gulf. They're off the coast of Yemen. Probably keeping an eye on the Iranians as well. She's going to probably set up position down in that southern command area. If we keep moving towards the west into the Indian Ocean, let's take a quick stop off of this chart, though, in the Persian Gulf. I did want to mention this. We have 2 littoral combat ships. This is one of them right here. This is the USS Canberra, and they have been deployed and are officially relieving our very old, some would say ancient, minesweeping squadron or minesweeping ships that have been operating out of Bahrain for decades. Those ships were built back in the 50s and 60s, very old. One of the oldest ships in the commissioned fleet are finally being decommissioned and relieved of their minesweeping duties by the littoral combat ship. So this is the new official job of the LCS. They're all being fitted, at least the Independence class is being fitted with the minesweeping software and equipment. But she'll maintain a surface-to-surface fight capability like you see on the deck forward of the bridge here. She has the anti-ship missile launchers there, and she'll have a limited surface-to-air missile role as well. So she'll be able to support those missions while performing her primary minesweeping mission. And right now we have 2 LCS stationed in the Persian Gulf out of Bahrain for that specific mission. So it's nice the Navy finally got a permanent job for the LCS, and she is able to support other roles, not simply minesweeping. All right, now let's go on to the Indian Ocean, where we're catching up with the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group. She is sailing eastward towards Singapore. She'll eventually end up in the South China Sea, north of Australia, near the Philippines. I don't know how much time she's going to spend there because we have another Carrier Strike Group already in that position. Nimitz has been at sea.
Who is this Carrier Strike Group thing? What's going on with this background here? You guys got a bunch of stuff going on? Hold on a second here. I just found out something really bad. What happened with Trump? Look, I gotta check this. Let me see if Trump's done anything. I don't know what's going on with this thing in the background here. Hold on. I just found out some really bad shit. It's good. I guess there's a good, so there's something good here, but there's something bad too. That's not live, is it? Okay, let me just check this here. Hang tighter, guys. I just found out some really bad shit. Like, I have some exterior wall rot that's worse than I thought it was. And when you run into these things, we didn't get the high tick here, did we? I don't like seeing that there. I wanted to see that high tick. Be careful of this in here. Don't try to buy this dip just yet. I just found some fucking major rot, and the bad news is that that means I got to rip it out. Like when people renovate homes today, it's always like flipper garbage, and what they'll do is cover shit up and hide shit on you that you don't see or know about. And I don't do that with my homes. I make sure that they are almost brand new homes. Basically, they should be in good working sound order. And whenever I run into this shit, it's always going to cost me fucking another 10 or 20,000 fucking dollars. God, can't win. Fuck. I guess the good news is that I can put a dormer in. I have to do all this work now, and I'm talking to the construction guy, and I'm like, well, fuck, we should just rip the fucking roof off then, right? Like, that's where we're at, right? Like, rip the goddamn roof off. So if we're gonna rip the fucking roof off, then I might as well put a fucking dormer in. I'm there. What's another $200 in goddamn 2x4s? You know, like what you do is you raise the roof. You like cut the roof and then you literally jack it up like this, and you go whoop, and you just build around like 3 walls on each side, and you get another fucking 500 square feet or something. God damn, fuck. I have exterior wall rot. I got balls rot. Exterior balls rot going on right now. Fuck. It's really bad because it's expensive and it's a lot of work. And but on the flip side, you're already there, so it's kind of like pulling out a water pump or something from your vehicle. Well, fuck it, we're down there. You might as well just change out everything else, so we don't have to come back down here again. Shit. Shit. God damn. Fuck me. This is what drives me to drink. I just want to retire. I just want to be old. I want my kids to leave. I want to chase my wife around the house naked. God damn. Fuck me. God. Can't fucking win. I have exterior wall rot. I have exterior ball rot. I got a bad case of the crabs. I got a bad case of the rot. God.
China's pan says China prices remain stable with core CPI picking up.
I'm sorry, sir. It's going to cost you many thousands of dollars in time. Oh, and yes, your fucking roof is going to be open while it rains. God, fuck me. 850 in 2008? No. I bought a bunch of houses. I've done a bunch of wholesaling, of course, and flips and buy and holds and that kind of stuff. This house that I have here, I think I bought it for I think it was at the end of the good times when you could buy a beautiful house for nothing. So it wasn't that cheap. This house cost me, I think, $35,000, but I wound up paying, I think, $50,000 for it. I think I paid $50,000 for it when it was all said and done. So like houses, so what happened was you can still get houses, but it's not what it once was. You used to go and buy a mansion literally for $500. I shit you not. And then you got into the middle times here in Detroit where you started paying $1,500 to $3,500. And then post-COVID, or into COVID and post-COVID, and you could still pick up some cool shit for 15, 20 grand, but post-COVID, no more. Right now, you really have to search for a cheap house. You can usually get them, you can get some cheap at the Wayne County auction. still, but it's 2 auctions every fall, and the pickings are slim, and you're now like fighting other bidders. So let's say you even find like 10 of them, you might be able to slam a bid down and people leave you alone, but oftentimes they don't. So this house I think I bought for $35K, but when I bought it, I didn't want to pay the cash for it. And so here's how this one went. So this house in particular, so I bought them all different ways. I bought them at the land bank. I bought them at the auction. I bought them from probates. I bought them from people. And right after like COVID, was it pre-COVID or it was either just pre-COVID or post-COVID. I wanted to pick up some houses, didn't find anything at the fucking auction. And now if you're buying a house these days in Detroit, $35,000 will get you $30,000 to $35,000 to get you a burned out husk in a private sale. You're going to pay anywhere from $35,000 to $70,000, maybe $125,000 if it's a really nice property in Detroit with you on your own terms. Like, I'm going to look at the auction. I'm going to look at this. I'm going to look at the entire market, and that's about what you're going to pay. So when I bought this house, the housing market was peaking, and I was afraid that Detroit would get sucked up into it. But Detroit is its own micro real estate market, and it has not stopped. It keeps going up. So what I did was I said, well, fuck it. I said, this guy wants, I think he wanted 25 or 35,000. I don't remember. And I was like, well, would you do a land contract? I'll give you like 10K down and I'll pay you. So I paid the guy, and paid the guy. And then it was kind of ironic too, because this is an insider tip for you. There are people that sell homes on land contracts, and their intent is for you to not go bankrupt, but to seize the property from you. So what they'll do is they'll take like $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 from you. You'll make your monthly payments. You're on the hook for the taxes and the insurance, so they don't have to cover that. And normally the intent from that buyer is to fix that home up. So they'll do like small repairs for you. They care about the house because they own it. And then they're looking for you to have a bad stroke of luck. And then they take the house back from you. So you got a nice big fat down payment, pocket that, monthly payments every month, and then you hit a jackpot of some kind and they sell it to somebody else. It's basically a rental. So if I can't find a property, sometimes I will look for land contracts, and I won't be 100% honest with them. I'll just portray myself as like, oh yeah, I want to buy my first house, and can you do a land contract, help a brother out, and all that kind of shit. And what I do is I go in and I sweep in and buy it from them. I'll pay the monthly land contract price, and then once I'm close to, there's some kind of like balloon, usually there's some kind of like balloon moment or whatever, and I'll come in and swoop in and pay for it. And I've actually had problems with doing that with sellers. I had one seller try to fuck me once. Matter of fact, his attorney, I have attorneys too, and I got a fucking battery of attorneys, and these fucking attorneys, the other guy didn't want to sell me the fucking paper. He didn't have the paper. He promised me the guy promised that this fucking guy fucked up big time. He promised me a what do you call it? A warranty deed on the house. That can be a pain in the ass. He had a quick claim deed or something, and in the contract he fucking agreed to a warranty deed. That means he has to go to the courts. He has to make announcements in public for debt and all that shit. And the property is nice, clean property value, money. It's instant money if you buy a house with a warranty deed. If you have the paper on it, it's worth fucking 10 grand right there. So when it came time, he thought I would just be one of these guys that would fold in the loan and go away and get a new sucker or something. And so I came in, swooped in, paid the last of the house off. And I think by the time it was done, it was close, like with the passing papers, money, and the fucking, all the money that's insurance and taxes that I've paid. I think it was roughly $50K. I'm into it at this point. This house, I think, for about $50K. Now that's the sale, the taxes, the fees, the passing papers, all the bullshit along the way. So I think I'm into it for like $50K right now. They're roughly that. So that doesn't include the renovation. So when I went to get this fucking house from this guy, finally, he was like shitting himself, you know, oh god, I gotta get a warranty deed for this guy. Tried to pass me off a quick claim, and I was like, no, that's not the agreement. Then his attorney was speaking to my attorney. Attorneys will talk. I don't know if you know this, but your attorneys sometimes will talk privately, off the record. And his attorney and my attorney were talking, and the attorney was like, you know, this guy's never lost a house. This guy has been doing this for fucking 20 years, and he's never lost a fucking house to a sale. So he doesn't know what he's doing, and so I took the goddamn house from him, and I bought time, and I didn't have to assume all of the risk on buying the house, and I got a nice payment plan, and it was beautiful. So the market in Detroit didn't roll with the rest of the nation, and so this Detroit's real estate market's still cranking right now. So I got a sweet deal on a house, and the house is kind of rotting. It's been unlived in. I use it as an address for stuff, but it's been unlived in for a long period of time, and it's older. It needs rent. You could actually have moved into it and lived in it, but so this house, I have to renovate it, and when I renovate houses, I'm not a fucking flipper. I made some rules for myself when I moved to Detroit. I said I'm going to live there, ingrain myself in the community, and I'm going to be a part of the community. I'm not going to be a landlord that's living somewhere else. And I'm not going to own a bunch of properties all over the place. I'm going to own in this like vicinity, and I'm going to treat them right. I'm going to treat the homes right, make them valuable, and whatever. So anyways, this house, there was some rot going on in it, and we dug through. I got some picture here if you want to see it. You guys don't believe me. I did take a picture so you can see that I'm not actually fucking lying about this. I know people tell you shit all the time on like streams and shit, and they're lying. Hold on here. Oh, maybe I did not take a photo. Hold on here. Now I look at old photos. Oh, maybe I didn't. Maybe I am lying to you. I don't see a photo here. Let me look. Anyways, I'll get a fucking photo. So we were exploring this wall on the exterior. So this house has it has 3 stories and a basement. 3-story home. That's about 770 square feet per floor, maybe 780 per floor. It's not quite a century home, but it's close to one. It had mixed wiring. It had knob and tube, 1960s Romex, and then had some new Romex. So I ripped all that out. Started like ripping walls down and all that kind of shit. Anyways, found a wall that wasn't looking good, and we went up into the attic, theoretically the third floor, and we looked at the plate on the top, and it was fucked up. So we have to rip the roof off. And if we're gonna rip the roof off, you might as well put some fucking hip walls up and raise the roof if you can. And we have point loads on those walls, so I'm like, well, fuck it, we're here, might as well fucking just raise the roof, change those plates and the sticks out, and we'll put a big thing of windows up there. Now the cool part about this is this: there is some benefit here. There is some good news. First part would be this home is tall, so I can see over the entire city if I put this room up there, and I could put a like wall of mirrors, a wall of windows. So theoretically, you could go up there at nighttime, slide a window open with a telescope, or look over the city for fireworks, like some cool shit. So we might as well do it. I'll put a wall of windows up there so that you can like open them in the middle of a nice, cool, warm summer night watching fireworks, or for like 4th of July, or put a telescope up there, and you know, kind of make it kind of cool. Maybe some skylights would be cool too, right? Maybe I should do some skylights. Maybe I'll do some skylights. I'll put some skylights, 2 skylights in the roof, and then a wall of windows, and it'll be fucking beautiful. Things like that matter, you know. You always be like, when you do shit for your home, don't do like the shitty flipper bullshit with the gray paint and the fucking builder grade shit. You should always be proud of your stuff, and you want to pass that on to other people, whether it's family or selling it. It's nice to be proud, you know. It's nice to be like, hey man, I did all this fucking cool shit over here, and here's some pictures of the inside, and here's the interior walls, and we're gonna make this house modern. So now this house
just a
is gonna
reminder,
have.
right now, President Trump is participating in a bilateral lunch with the President of Ukraine.
The basement's like
The
already
video
half
is on the
done.
feed live for those interested.
Let me just calculate this. What is that? Did I say 780? And then I'm gonna. That's 2340, and then I'm probably adding another 350, probably 350 square feet on the attic now. So that's 3,000 square feet in the city of Detroit proper. That's a fucking house. It's not 5 or 6,000. It's 5 and 6, like 3 to 6,000 square feet is great. I hate houses that are 6,000 square feet. I've lived in them. They're too big in my view. But like 3,000 is like the sweet spot in my view. I hate big houses. I fucking hate them. I've never liked them. You got to take care of them, heat them. You have to do the maintenance and the cleaning. They're nightmares. You almost need to hire help. If you ever think about owning a 6,000 square foot house, you're going to need help. And they're going to be costly. So this will be nice, like 3,000 square feet. 3,000 square foot house with a dope ass selling point, right? Should be that 3rd floor I'll call it the observatory room. Welcome to Captain Jim James Observatory Room. I could probably put the stream there too. I could probably put the fucking stream in there and overlook the whole city. That'd be badass. All right, some plans coming together. My anger is not as quite angry as it was. Nope, here we go. We got Trump. Oh, here we go. We got Trump.
Moment, and I wanted
Thank
to
you for saying
Mr.
something.
President, after our phone calls. Yesterday, I had a good opportunity to meet with a big American energy
Sorry about that
companies.
earlier.
They're ready to help.
I guess the live stream
Yes,
ended, and
after all
then
these
it kicked
attacks on
into
our
some other program.
Infrastructure, Russian attacks, and etc. And I had also meetings. Thanks to your team, we had meetings with a good military companies. We spoke about air defense, and I want to share it after with details where we are. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very good. And
I
I
think
think
that
it looks
works.
beautiful in his jacket.
Yeah?
It's beautiful. I hope people notice. It's actually very stylish. I like it.
President Trump.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Under the Biden administration, the White House was fearing of a possible escalation,
Hang tight, guys.
allowing the Ukrainians to strike into Russia, fearing of this escalation.
Yeah.
Would your administration allow Ukrainians?
Trump says we will talk about Ukraine
We're
striking
going to be
deep
talking
into
about
Russia.
that. That's something we'll be talking about.
Watch out for this.
You're right.
That's not
it's
good.
an escalation, but we'll be talking about that.
Mr. President. Will President Zelensky join you in Hungary to meet President Putin?
Because it's a leader that we like. We like Viktor Orban. He likes him. I like him. It's a country that's a safe country. Done a very good job. He's been a very good leader in the sense of running his country. He doesn't have a lot of the problems that other countries have. And so we've decided that we'll be going to be with Viktor Orban, and I think he'll be a very good host.
President Trump. President Trump. President Trump. Right here.
It's in
President Trump.
Hungary, yeah. We're doing
Trump
Hungary,
says
yeah.
a meeting with Putin will be a double meeting.
To be determined, but I would say most likely it's going to be a double meeting. It'll be a double meeting, but we will have the president, Zelensky, in touch. There's a lot of bad blood with the two presidents, and I'm not speaking out of turn when I say it. It's a very difficult situation. You know, we just settled the war, and after thousands of years, I guess. People say anywhere from 500 to 3,000 years. And I was in rooms, you saw, because you were with me, a lot of you were with me last week, with leaders that didn't like each other, but they were able to get along. These two leaders do not like each other.
Trump says allowing deep strikes
And
into Russia would be an escalation.
we want to make it comfortable for everybody. So one way or the other, we'll be involved in threes, but it may be separated.
President Trump. Mr. President. President Trump.
Was he what? Where are you from?
From Ukraine. You actually had a
Okay,
conversation
good.
with me.
Good,
in
yeah.
Munich. What if Mr. President Putin doesn't agree to peace in Hungary? What do you do then? Do you have?
Well, let's see what happens. I mean, you know, what if? I think he will. I think that President Putin wants to end the war, or I wouldn't be talking this way. I think he wants to end the war. I spoke to him yesterday for 2.5 hours. We went through a lot of details. He wants to get it ended. I think that President Zelensky wants to get it ended. Now we have to get it done.
President Trump, Kara Castronova from Lindell TV. And although I love asking you questions, today my question is for President Zelensky
Sure.
of Ukraine.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Our President Zelensky, President Trump, just brokered a peace deal in the Middle East that all Americans, both sides of the aisle, are very proud of.
Dormers.
But to meet that deal, both sides had to make concessions.
We're adding fucking two 12-foot dormers, both sides, 12 by 12.
What specific concessions are you willing to make
By
to end
30,
this
I
war
think.
with Russia? Will you give up
What is it,
joining
12 by
NATO?
30?
Americans have foreign war fatigue.
What is-
and our
what's the
president,
square
as he
footage of
said,
that?
We need our tomahawks too.
To me.
Yes, you,
Okay.
President Zelensky.
Thank you
What
very much.
concessions will you
That's some question, right?
So many
all right.
questions
Thank you.
in one. Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I think we need
So
to sit and
360
speak.
square feet.
The second point, we need ceasefire.
Square feet.
Even now, you see in the Middle East.
And that means I
it's
gotta put that
very
attic in
difficult
the
to
envelope,
hold
too.
Ceasefire everywhere in every war. It's very difficult. We want peace.
In the heating envelope.
Putin doesn't want. That's why we need pressure on him. We will
That's
speak
a
with
whole nother
President today
fucking beast.
what we need. We understand what we need to push Putin to negotiation table. And as I said previously, so we are ready to speak in any kind of format, bilateral, trilateral, doesn't matter. Matter just peace. This is important. And we don't speak about.
Be careful of the tomahawk stuff. That
NATO
shit
or
is bad.
NATO.
That
For
is not. The
Ukrainians,
market
it's
does
very
not like
important.
Tesla
discussion about
shareholders
tomahawk missiles.
urged by the
It's
ISS to
our
reject
decision,
pay
decisions
package
of
for Elon
allies
Musk.
to decide where we are.
But are you willing to give
Yes,
up
but
joining
the
NATO?
most important thing for people in Ukraine, which are under each day's attacks, to have really strong security guarantees. NATO is the best, but weapon is very important. Allies on our side is very important, and between us, for us, bilateral security guarantees between me and President Trump is very important. I don't know, we didn't speak with details about it, but this is the most important document because the United States is very strong.
Sir, President Trump, you are the middleman right now, hoping to end this conflict. Who is doing a better job negotiating, President Zelensky or President Putin?
I think they're both doing a great job in that sense. Take some of the hatred of each other. You know, we've got to take some of the hatred of each other in front of President. They don't like each other. I say that in front of President Zelensky, but I say. I think we're going to get it done, and we have to make it long-lasting. As I said in the Middle East, everlasting, right? Everlasting. And the Middle East is a much more complicated situation. You know, we had 59 countries involved, and every one of them agreed. And it's, you know, it's sort of amazing. Most people didn't think that was doable. This is going to be something I really believe that's going to get done. I had a very good talk yesterday with President Putin. I think he wants to get it done.
President Zelensky, right behind you. When we were in Israel with President Trump earlier in the week, we heard a lot about the difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Joe Biden before him. What do you see as the biggest difference in diplomacy between President Trump and President Biden?
President Trump has a big chance now to finish this war. President Biden now is not the president, so he doesn't have a chance to finish this war. And President Trump is really showed for the world that he can manage ceasefire in Middle East, and that's why I hope that he will do this, and we will also have such big success. For Ukraine, it's a big chance, and I hope that President Trump can manage it.
I would say the biggest difference is one is extremely competent and the other one is grossly incompetent.
Sir, a few weeks ago in New York when you two met, you said that you think Ukraine could ultimately take back all the territory that it's lost so far. Do you still think that's the case, or do you think there'll have to be some sort of
You never
swap of
know. Look,
territories?
you know, war is very interesting. You never know, do you? You just never know. With war and peace, but you never know.
I don't want to see this here. There's the low from 1:30. We're putting in a new low at 2 p.m.
Yeah. Who are you with?
On intraday, it's kind of
Who are
bearish,
you with?
but
You're
let's see that
Ukraine?
turn around and up.
But Russia continue even using the cruise missiles and also nuclear-capable ballistic missiles in Ukraine since 2022. So do you consider providing Ukraine with the Tomahawk
I gotta call my wife. Hold on here, guys. I gotta talk to her.
as an opportunity to
She doesn't know. She's gonna be
the
pissed.
possibilities of Ukraine and Russia and push Moscow to the negotiation
Yeah,
table?
sure. We're going to be talking about that. That's why we're here. Okay? Fair question. Exactly as he told you to say it. But we're going to be talking about it. Okay? Yeah, please.
Mr. President, message to India and Hungary who is still refusing.
You said India and Hungary? That's an interesting.
And Hungary
India and Hungary. It's an interesting combination.
refuse to stop buying Russian oil.
Well, India is not going to be buying Russian oil anymore. And Hungary is sort of stuck because they have one pipeline that's been there for years and years and years, and they're inland. They don't have sea. They don't have sea. And I spoke with the very great leader of Hungary, and they are, you know, it's very hard for them to
Trump
get oil.
says
I
India is
understand
not
it.
going to buy Russian oil anymore.
We have Hungary's in a very interesting position because they can't have ports. You know, they're surrounded by land. So we'll see what happens there. But India will not be buying oil from Russia. And, they've already de-escalated and they've more or less stopped. They're pulling back. They bought about 38% of the oil, and they won't be doing it anymore.
Mr. President Trump has been helping you in achieving peace in Ukraine.
Who has?
First Lady Melania Trump
Yeah.
has been helping in returning abducted Ukrainian children from Russian captivity. President Zelensky, do you appreciate those efforts? How do you assess them? And did you ask her to step in and to help you?
No, she wanted to do it. She just felt very strongly about the children, and she's done a really good job, I think, in bringing it to the fore. You know, we have a lot of children involved. Now, it's some people say it's 20,000, and some people say it's 300. There's a big difference between that, so nobody really knows. But she felt very strongly about the children. She thinks about the children all the time.
ECB's Ren says defence needs reinforced case for joint European bonds.
Tomahawks to Ukraine. What's going to happen if the United States is in a conflict and we need the Tomahawks? Do we
Well,
have enough?
that's the problem. We need Tomahawks, and we need a lot of other things that we've been sending over the
I'll
last
be right back, guys. 4
years to Ukraine. We've been, you know, we gave them a lot. Now we have a different situation. We send it to the European Union. They pay for it and all that, and they have plenty of money. But it's beyond the money. You know, we need Tomahawks, and we need a lot of other weapons that we're sending to Ukraine. One of the reasons
Trump
we
says
want to
we
get
need
this war
tomahawks
over
and
is
other
exactly
things we have
that.
sent to Ukraine.
It's not easy for us to give. You're talking about massive numbers of very powerful weapons. So that's one of the things we'll be talking about. Hopefully they won't need it. Hopefully we'll be able to get the war over with without thinking about Tomahawks. I think we're fairly close to that. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I say,
yeah, please.
Just to understand. So for today, of course, we want to finish this war, but the war is another technological war. You don't use just Tomahawks. If you want to target a military goal, you need thousands of drones. It goes together with such missiles. Ukraine has such thousands of our production drones, but we don't have Tomahawks. That's why we need Tomahawks. But United States is a very strong production, and the United States has Tomahawks and other missiles, very strong missiles, but they can have our thousands of drones. That's why where we can work together, where we can strengthen American production.
And so just so that I understand, so you're suggesting kind of a trade. If President Trump
Zelensky says we need Tomahawks.
Yes, it's about military goals. It's only about military goals.
Right, but then you would authorize some kind of an exchange where
yes, of course.
the US
yes, we have proposition. Yeah, we have big proposition with our drones.
President Trump, I don't mean to be brokering an arms deal here, but is that something that you would be interested in, Ukrainian drones?
We are, yeah, we would. We have a lot of drones right now. We build our own drones, but we also buy drones from others, and they make a very good drone. I mean, drone warfare has really come to the fore over the last couple of years because of this war. I will say,
Trump says
there's
he's
nothing
interested
like the
in
jets.
Ukrainian
We
drones.
knocked out a lot of drones in Israel. We were knocking them out for Israel, and we were doing it with extremely fast and powerful jets, following the drones and knocking the hell out of them. So, we know a lot about the drones, and we know a lot about the great jets, the great ones. The ones, and the B-52s, which were totally they were stealth. They were undetectable. So we have a lot of different weapons. And, I have an obligation also, though, to make sure that we're completely stocked up as a country, because you never know what's going to happen. In war and peace, right? You never know what's going to happen. So we're going to be talking about Tomahawks, and would much rather have them not need Tomahawks. Would much rather have the war be over, to be honest, because, we're in it to get
Trump
the war
says I have an
over.
obligation to make
we're
sure the
selling
US
a
is
lot
stocked
of,
up.
Different types of weapon, as you know, to the European Union. We're not in it for that. We're in it to get it over. We're losing thousands of people a week, thousands of people. Russian, Ukrainian, mostly soldiers. I mean, mostly soldiers. But we're in it to see that end. And if we can end quickly, and I think we can. I mean, I had a very good talk yesterday. We're going to be talking about it. But I had a very productive talk yesterday with President Putin. We'll see what happens. But the war in the Middle East was far more complicated. We got that one done. And I think we have a good chance. I think President Zelensky wants it done, and I think President Putin wants it done. Now all they have to do is get along a little bit.
President Trump, can you give us an update on the trade negotiations with China, or perhaps Secretary Bessent?
Yeah, I will, and I'm going to let Scott do that. But I think we're doing very well. I think we're getting along with China. China would like to have something. As of this moment, we'll be meeting in a couple of weeks. We'll be meeting in South Korea.
You think
myself.
will go forward?
Trump says we're getting along with
it's
China.
Going forward. I think so. They want to meet. We like to meet. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and we're going to see what happens. But, for years we were taken advantage of by China very badly. We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars a year to China. We really built their military, if you think about it. The kind of money that presidents allowed to be lost.
Trump says
China
looking like the meeting with Xi is going forward.
And then when I came into office, as you know, I put very severe tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars in my first term from China. Biden let that go because it was so much. He let it continue, but he gave all sorts of exceptions. And by the time you looked at it, Scott, I would say it wasn't the same thing. He would give an exception for anything. If you got up and went out to dinner, he'd give you an exception. So it wasn't the same thing. But I put on very serious tariffs. So we took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And then I left office. The election was rigged. I left office, and that was the story. Now I come back, and we are in a very strong position because of tariffs. We're in a very powerful position because of the fact that we have tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be in a very weak position. We would be in a weakened state. But with tariffs, we've made hundreds of billions of dollars, not only from China, but from others. And China wants to talk, and we like talking to China. So we have a very good relationship, and we're going to be meeting in South Korea in a couple of weeks. And I just got back from a long trip. I'm going on another long trip. And Scott, you want to say a few words on that, please?
Trump says China wants to talk, and we like talking to China.
The great perspective the two leaders have for each other. China did a substantial, unprovoked escalation last week. We were unable to get in touch with them. Since then, it's been IMF World Bank Week. They have had working level people here who there have been meetings. The Vice Premier, who is my counterpart, and I will be speaking this evening at around 8:30, 9 o'clock. And then he and I and a delegation will meet in Malaysia probably a week from tomorrow to prepare for the two presidents to meet. So I think that things have de-escalated. We hope that China
Treasury
will
Secretary
show the
Bessent
respect
says
that
we will
have
speak
shown
with my
them.
Chinese counterpart
And
this
I
evening.
am confident that President Trump, because of his relationship with President Xi, will be able to get things back on a good course.
Is the hope for that meeting with you and President Xi some kind of trade deal then, or would
Could
it
be.
more
Look, I think
small
we're in a very
differential?
strong position. I think we're in a very strong position. We're getting, as you know, as of November 1st, I could move it up if I wanted, a 100% tariff over and above what we get now. So that would make it about 157%. And China doesn't want that, and they want to talk.
There we go.
And we're talking, and I think we'll make a deal that will be good for both. I think we will.
Trump says, I think we're in a strong position in
do
China
something,
trade
but
talks.
you have to understand, we never got anything from China.
Trump says I could
It
move
was a one-way
China's
street
November
for many
1st
years,
deadline
for
up
decades.
if I
It was a
wanted.
one-way street, and they became rich because of the United States. And frankly, presidents that, let's be nice, they didn't know. They just didn't know. They didn't understand what was happening to us. But I understood it. I understood it long before I ran for politics. I used to watch in amazement at how stupid our country was, how stupid they were. And we're not stupid
I'm
anymore.
fucked. I need
And
more
that
money.
includes with the European Union. That includes with Japan and South Korea. All we want to do is be treated fairly. But the fairly is hundreds of billions and even trillions
back
of
and do
dollars
that
coming
again.
into the United States. And it's our national security is secure because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would have no national security.
this tick
So it's
right
very
here.
important.
Will you seek China's help in ending the war in Ukraine? Do you need them to put pressure on?
that
I'll
tick
be
is still there.
discussing that, but I'd love to see it ended before that.
President
I mean, I think we have a chance of ending the war quickly if flexibility is shown on behalf. And again, we're not losing people. The United States is not. We're not losing people. We're not spending money. We're getting paid for the, ammunition and missiles and everything else that we're sending to the European Union, but to NATO. But it's very similar. If you look at the countries, I mean, it's very similar. And we just made a very fair trade deal with the European Union, and what we wanted, and we made a very good deal with NATO too. They pay for all of this. That's not what we're in this for. We're in it to save thousands of lives every week. Thousands and thousands of lives. That's why we're in it. And I think we have a very good chance of bringing this war to a conclusion.
President, President, and your cabinet has done honestly an excellent job. I think that a lot of people.
Bessent says he will meet China's he in Malaysia likely next week.
So I know the human cost. What would your advice be to American leaders, to world leaders, to neocons, to TV hosts who often speak about conflict in abstract or strategic terms rather than the human cost and the human terms?
Look, my only statement is we have to get together. It's a very small group of people. It's the president, and the president. Okay, 3 presidents. And I'm the mediator president. And I'm mediating not an easy situation. It should be easy, but it's a lot easier when people understand each other, when they get together, and when they like each other. We don't necessarily have that situation as far as like is concerned. Maybe it can turn around. Maybe it can. But in the meantime, we'll have them keep a little bit of distance, and we're going to see if we can get it done. This is number 9, okay? This will be number 9 for me. I've solved 8, including the Middle East. I've solved 8. This, I thought, would have been among the easiest. We solved, President Putin mentioned yesterday Armenia, all of the different wars. He said it was amazing because but the big one that he was surprised that we were able to settle was the Middle East. He thought it was incredible. He was very generous in that sense. This should be something we're able to settle, and I think we will be able to settle.
Brian, sir, on that note, you will go down as the peacemaker, no doubt, and you will resolve this war.
Well, we resolved 8 others. It's funny how people say that. If you get this one, every time I do one, they forget about that one. I solved 8 wars. Go to Rwanda and the Congo. Talk about India and Pakistan. Look at Thailand. Look at all of the wars that we solved. And every time I solve one, they say, if you solve the next one, you're going to get the Nobel Prize. I didn't get a Nobel Prize.
The IMF's chair
Somebody got it.
statement says we will strengthen our surveillance of systematic risks from AI and non-bank financial institutions and digital assets.
So I don't care about all that stuff. I just care about saving
lives. In
this
statement, it further says reaffirms April 2021 exchange rate commitments.
If you solve one more, you're going to be known as
strongly committed to maintaining
So to the best of my knowledge, we've never had a president that solved one war.
And well-communicated
Not one
manner.
war. Bush started a war. A lot of
the
them
IMF's
start
chair
wars,
says
but they don't
remain
solve the
committed
wars.
to
They don't
address
settle
global
them.
debt vulnerability
And especially
in a
when they're not,
comprehensive manner,
when they have nothing to do
and
with
call for
us.
enhanced debt transparency from all
I guess
stakeholders,
just about all of
including
these wars
private
had nothing to
creditors.
do with us. But I saved tens of
Furthermore,
millions of
it
lives.
says
The
we
Prime Minister of
support focus
Pakistan
on
said,
tailor and
I
candid
saved
advice to help
millions of
countries
lives
strengthen economic
in
resilience and
interceding
safeguard
on Pakistan
macroeconomic and financial stability.
You look at Pakistan and India as an example.
I
That
call
would
for
have been a bad
timely
one, two
and full
nuclear nations,
implementation
right?
of the
So I
poverty
say
reduction
this,
and growth trust
this
reforms.
is pretty much the last one, although I do understand that Pakistan attacked,
The IMF's
or
chair
there is an
says I look
attack
forward to
going on with
finalising the 16th
Afghanistan.
quota review with
That's
no
an easy
delay
one for me to
and
solve.
recognise
I
that
have to solve
realignment
it.
in quota
In the
shares
meantime, I have
should
to
aim
run the
at
USA,
better
but I
reflecting
love
members'
solving
relative
wars.
positions
You know
in the
why? I
world
like
economy.
stopping people from being killed.
Disinflation
And I've
is expected
saved
to continue
millions and
with
millions
notable
of lives. And I
variations
think we're
across
going to have
countries,
success
and
with
risks
this
the
war.
outlook are tilted to downside.
Wait, please.
Finally, the IMF chair says challenges include low growth, high debt, more frequent extreme weather events and natural disasters, trade tensions, and excessive global imbalances.
How different sitting across from the president is this time versus the 2 previous times here at the White House, and how confident are you hearing the success rate of solving these prior wars that you can get this war solved?
First of all, about suit. The same suit because the same president.
Oh, shit.
The next president will have another suit. Yes, about our relations with President Trump, I think we have important dialogues. And I think we began to understand each other.
Telling you what, bears are un-American.
And I know that President is briefed very well about situation on the battlefield, and he knows a lot what's going on in the battlefield in Ukraine. And I think it really helps when you know a lot of things, a lot of details.
All they are terrorists
war,
trying to get you guys to freak out by puts the wrong time.
But we are still in war, and I hope we can manage.
This is America.
They are not meeting their commitment. You pointed out Spain. They
America flies spaceships to the moon.
No, Spain has
they?
not come
Mars.
through. No, Spain has not been loyal to NATO. Spain has been, they're the only one. Everyone went up to, as you know, I mean, you were 2% and they all went up to 5%, but
yeah.
Spain disagreed with that. I think Spain should be reprimanded for that. I think it's very bad that they did that, but that's up to them. That's up to NATO and Spain.
They cannot be expelled from NATO.
Can they or not?
They cannot, according to the treaty, but they also claim that they are protected by the European Union umbrella for trade.
Well, the other people, many of the other countries are in the European Union too. They're not complaining, right?
President, tell you that
That's of interest. That's of interest.
Mr.
They're protected by
President.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you think you can carry the momentum from the Middle East deal over to this deal? And if
I do.
So, how does that move the needle?
Yeah, I do. I think we carry a lot of momentum, a lot of credibility. Getting Middle East done was very important. Nobody thought it could be done. That was one nobody thought could be done, and we got it done. And a lot of that was the big hit that we put on Iran with respect to the nuclear. They took that was an unbelievable military maneuver, the B-2s. and many other planes involved, by the way, but the B-2s. Yeah, I think nobody expected that to happen. And, you know, we had 59 countries involved, and these were countries very diverse. You had Arab, Muslim, Jewish, you had every country, Christian, you had every country, and many countries involved, and we got that done. And we got it done pretty swiftly after we set the table properly. We had to set the table properly. This should be one that we get done. And I think the table is set properly here now, too. And it'll be a great honor. It'll be a great honor to get it done. And the Ukrainian people are great, and the Russian people are great. And obviously they have much in common, as we understand. They have a lot in common. So it'll be a great honor to get it done.
On Venezuela, there are survivors from your latest boat strike. What happens to those survivors?
Well, I'll ask Marco to discuss that possibly.
Yeah, it's well known there's an ongoing narco-terrorist operation the United States has been conducting. As far as details of any recent strikes, we're not prepared here to announce all those details, but you'll get that information here very shortly.
And how are there survivors when these are meant to be lethal attacks?
Yeah, again, I mean, we're undertaking these operations against narco-terrorists. That's what these are. These are terrorists. Let's be clear. And but as far as the details of any recent operations, when we are prepared to announce those, we will, as the president has consistently done. So you may get something on that later today.
Let me ask you, that was in a submarine, right? We attacked a submarine, and that was a drug-carrying submarine built specifically for the transportation of massive amounts of drugs, just so you understand. This was not an innocent group of people. I don't know too many people that have submarines, and that was an attack on a drug-carrying, loaded-up submarine. Yeah.
On Putin, is it your belief, as Mr. Zelensky
doors opening
said
above
yesterday,
6,700 and 6,750 on the upside? Be careful out there if you're a bear.
Is that bringing him to the table, the fact that it's kind of a carrot and a stick?
I don't know what's bringing him to. I think he wants to make a deal. That's all. I can't tell you what's bringing him. Sure, that's the threat of that is good, but the threat of that is always there. Tomahawks are very dangerous weapons. They're incredible weapons. If you like
tread carefully
warfare,
here, Trump.
It's one of the most accurate. You know, we used we
hit
30 Tomahawks in Iran after the B-2s did their damage. We sort of gave it a little capper with 30 Tomahawks from a submarine. Quite far away, actually, but they're an amazing weapon. They're a very powerful weapon, but they're a very dangerous weapon, and it could mean big, escalation. It could mean a lot of bad things can happen. Tomahawks are a big deal. But one thing I have to say, we want Tomahawks
also. Because if you bring it out,
we don't want to be giving away
Don't
things that we need to protect our country. We have a very strong country right now. We have a strong military. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. I want to get this war over.
7,000 in the close today. And there's a door opening to 6,750 more than likely on Monday morning. Be careful.
I just heard about it.
Monday.
A tunnel from Russia to Alaska.
You.
I just heard about that one. That's an interesting one. We'll have to think about that. I hadn't heard that. We just did a nice road in Alaska that's going to get us to a lot of minerals, and we have a piece of it, a good piece of the ownership because of the fact we made it possible. But this came up yesterday, a tunnel from Russia to Alaska. That's an interesting. What do you think of that, Mr. President? Do you have any ideas? How do you like that idea?
I'm not happy with this.
I don't think you're going to like it. I don't think he liked it. I don't think he liked it.
President Trump, do you think that Vladimir Putin, do you think that Putin is your gut instinct?
Well, we had a senator that wanted, remember, from Hawaii, she wanted a tunnel from the mainland to Hawaii. And she said, well, we can't do that, so we're going to build a railroad to Hawaii. Do you remember? She's a current sitting senator, a Democrat. She wants a railroad to go to Hawaii, right? You know who that is, right? She's another. She's another beauty. Yeah, please.
Looks gorgeous. SPX looks absolutely stunning. Price of action above and market will challenge all-time high.
I've been played all my life by the best of them, and I came out really well. So it's possible, yeah, a little time.
Is your gut
it's all right. But I think that I'm pretty good at this stuff.
Trump says Putin
I
may
think
be
that he
trying
wants
to buy
make
time.
a deal. I made 8 of them. I'm going to make a 9th. I think he wants to make a deal.
Do you consider Russia to be a paper tiger? Do you think, judging by the state?
You just need to chill out.
Well, I
till
think
like
I think
December
that he
31st,
should have
bro.
won the war in
Just
a
like
week.
calm everybody down.
Yeah,
let them fight
I
each
do
other
think.
again on December
And
31st.
if we didn't give the anti-tank
Trump has to
missiles,
do
as you
is
know,
be
the
chill
javelins they
into
call
December.
them, they got stuck in the mud. They would have been in Kiev very quickly. They were heading to Kiev. So, in war, you have a lot of
Here's
luck
exactly
too.
where we
you
need
know.
to hit right
People-
about there.
Weather has won war, and the cold and the heat, and all things take place in war. But that was a very interesting moment when the tanks started rolling.
The U.S.
and
House will be
some
on
brilliant
recess
general
next
said,
week.
"Let's go through the mud instead of going down the highway." Right? So they got a little bit lucky. But you know where they really got lucky? I gave javelins. That wasn't given by Barack Hussein Obama. He gave them sheets. You know, there's a statement. Obama gave them
IWF
sheets,
is
and I
ready
gave
to
them
explode if you're
the
looking for a
javelins.
trade
And
into the
the
close here.
javelins are a
Take a
devastating
look at IWF
weapon.
on a 4-hour and a 1-hour
And
basis. It looks like it wants
that
to
wasn't
rip
given by
faces off.
Obama. That was given by because at the time it was Obama.
IMF's managing
that
director
was
George
given
Eva
by-
says there is a
that
very
was
dark
given by
cloud
me.
of uncertainty
So it
holding
was like
over the global economy.
One of those things, and you had hundreds of them. They're a devastating weapon. We have a lot of devastating weapons. I'd rather not
Keep an eye
use
on
them.
gold, too.
But
It
that was a
doesn't
big
look like it
moment. You know,
wants
when
to
the
roll
tanks,
over.
when the tanks got stuck, they got stuck. And call it luck or call it talent. I'm not sure what you'd call it, but it was a big moment in time.
Those shooting star candles cannot be trusted.
When you finally end this
We've
war,
run into
like we did
those
with the war in the
frequently the
Middle
last
East?
couple years.
I think
and,
right now the
they have not
Democrats are
proven-
really damaged, mentally damaged. They want to take 1.5 trillion with a T,
Like, we're
$1
looking
trillion
to
and give it
trade.
to people that
just heads up to you out there,
invaded
if you're a
our
gold
country.
trader.
They came into our country illegally.
I think you
from
trade
prisons,
420
from,
before any
from mental
correction.
institutions,
You wanna
gang
know.
members.
So this
They want
pullback
to
on
give
gold
them
is a good one to
healthcare
buy, in my view.
and take it away from our citizens. We're not going to do that. $1.5 trillion. They want to
trading
destroy.
$390 right
they
now.
want to
That's a
destroy our
$30
healthcare
upside
system.
move.
We're not going to let
Don't
that
if you're a
happen.
gold trader, do not do these fucking bears yet.
Authorized CIA operation.
I'd like to see it sell at 420.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but
if you're like a gold bear and you think
some
this is going to keep
interesting
rolling,
things
I
are
don't
happening
see
around
it
the world.
happening.
I'll say that.
Not yet.
It has been reported
It's just
that
distribution.
Maduro,
That's it. It'll take
offered
time. It should be a big
everything
fan.
in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently.
Hold on, I gotta take this
offering
call. I
mediation.
gotta say
He
yes
has-
to all this money.
He has offered everything.
Fuck.
He's offered everything.
You're about to see
You're
me
right.
spend a
You know
lot of
why?
money that I don't have.
Because he doesn't want to fuck around
I'm
with the
not
United
expecting to
States.
fucking
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
spend
you.
on this bullshit.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you guys.
Give me like 1 minute here. Think tighter, guys. I'll take this off. So I would say this is a productive conversation. If you want to know, it's productive.
IMS George Eva says members agreed on the need to carry out regulatory
still
house cleaning
hasn't,
to unlock
it doesn't
private
take
sector
away
growth.
the looming volatility of geopolitics. There's like two moments here you want to pay very close attention to. The first one, of course, is going to be today. In terms of geopolitics, you don't want to see like we're sending tomahawks or anything like that. Especially like, hey, we're sending tomahawks, and they're free to send whatever they want. That because they can reach Moscow, and I think Putin yesterday
IMS
was
George Eva
very
says members express support
evasive
for
but
fund,
clear in saying that,
and that it will be an anchor of stability.
Voice news disconnected.
the House is on recess next week, but you don't want to see like, hey, we gave tomahawks to Ukraine and they can use them however they want. If they say anything like that, that's really fucking bad, because then of course it brings in the idea of firing those missiles at Moscow, right? That would be a massive escalation. Now, Trump is tacoing to some extent, but not fully. You have to take that into consideration. And we have a meeting with him and Z on, I believe, the 29th. I could be wrong, but I think it's on the 29th, in and around there. There's like a window for it, like 29th, 30th, 31st. No, you know, if it goes good, it goes good. If it doesn't, you could still see some volatility from that if it isn't that productive. And that could lead into that October, November low. You just don't want to see it devolve with Z or devolve with Putin until December 31st. Now, if on December 31st, they want to, maybe even not the 31st, if they, let me go look at that really quick. So the 31st of December, we should look at this. So it looks like we're open for business. Hold on, let me just check here. Looks like the stock market's open for business right now. You get the 30th, 29th. Okay, so the 29th is a Monday. 29th is a Monday. The 30th is a Tuesday. Then we have, I'm assuming, short day on the 31st, then closed on the 1st. So 29th. It's like the 26th. I should be able to wrap it up. I hope to not have to trade during the 29th or the 31st, but I will. There's usually pretty good days. But I guess Trump could theoretically turn on the doom on December 26th. So if you're Trump, if you work for Trump, tell him 4 p.m. December 26th, have at it. You can start fighting with Z and Putin and whoever else you want to be mad at. I think we hit 420 on December 26th, December 28th. I think it's going to run. And that's my point here, too, is, or I'm tying that into gold, saying, you know, there's less volatility right now, but it's still looming in the background. You know what I mean? Like, so I'd like to see a return to 400 on, so GLD, a return to 400, retest those highs on this month, and then have a rip face off into the end of the year to 420. I'd look for a print. I'd look for a print if you like want to push it out. You could do it for Feb October or Feb March. If you can buy time, buy time. Always buy time if you can. If you can do a convexity trade where you're trading, and I wouldn't target 420 specifically. I'd target like 418.50 or something, somewhere in there and lower, and you'll start getting bank over 400. You'll start getting paid. You should start ramping in your calls, but those aren't priced in right now. I guarantee that 420 is not priced in, 410 is not priced in, 400 has no premium, so you'll make bank up there. Just get out before you ever get to the 420. Just be, if you're targeting like premium kicks on 0, 400, 410, you'll be maxing that shit out at 418. You just bounce. Don't worry about the FOMO up there. Leave that shit to some day trader. But I like price right where it is. Now, on the inverse of this, there is a window still for more downside to the market between mid-October, which is right now, into mid-November. So you have to think about that trade in terms of, can I add to it? Can I DCA it? Will that blow me up? Now, you could get left behind if we don't go back down there again, too. So I would like start the trade. If you wanted 100 contracts, start with like 10, 20, 30. And then I would add into that. If you get above 400, pile on some more logs. If it rolls down and you've only gone 30 contracts, you could add another 70 contracts. And I would still be looking for that 420 into the end of the year. I don't think we're done with gold. I know everybody says we're done with gold too. I want you to know that, I know that people disagree with this, but gold is not running, in my view, because of de-dollarization. I believe that we're in de-dollarization, but not why gold is running like it is. I believe, there you go, high tick just hit. I think that gold is going high because of war. trade war. I've told you this and told you this and told you this already. It's trade war and it's geopolitics. It's war with China and Russia. That's what it is. So we don't have that solved today. So I do think gold continues higher until that stuff resolves in full. I think there is real risk to trade war expansion and potential war with. So you hit, and this is the idea. Let me give you the idea. If you guys want to get the idea of this, is you'll get 420 into the end of the year, right? You ramp up the rhetoric in the springtime or whatever. Everything evens out by summertime, so you'll see gold come down for a major correction in that time period, and then we have the next window for China to invade Taiwan, and that would be in the fall of next year. If they don't invade right now, that would be your next window for real volatility in terms of geopolitics. So you would probably see gold then continue on to the upside. It might actually outperform the market if the market starts getting pretty shitty. You could see the divergence in gold next year to S&P, but that's not now. So don't worry about it. We're not in next year yet to know where we're going. You just deal with what's going on here. Oh my God, their puts are getting annihilated. Their puts are on fucking fire right now. Oh, look at that. Oh, 664. Woo! Woo! 664.75. You got a little bit of sell side flows above here. Thank you for flying S&P 500. Contrary to popular belief, no, we did not lose 3 of 4 engines. Not yet. It's been a bumpy fucking ride, though, hasn't it? A lot of fear out there. It's got to be sold. Gonna sell that fucking fear. Now, if you are a doomer and you are a bear, I promise you, I fucking promise you, if that fucking sell comes, like that short-term sell, I'll let you know. We'll take it together. If not, and you're a bear, there is a place to hedge higher so that you can feel really good. You'll be like, fuck yeah, man, fuck these guys. And you can be on the top and go and be like, ah, ha, ha. Now, if that bounce comes in, we'll close that hedge if you want, and then we can hedge even higher. But I want you to know, if you're a bear, I promise you, I will not fucking leave you behind. And I am willing at any moment to sell this market. So I want you to know that. Like, even though I'm like, we're going to go to 7,000, all that shit, this fucking market fucking farts. And it's like, sorry, bro, we're going risk off. I will fucking change my opinion like a bad habit. Like, I swear to you, I got no problem changing my outlook at all. So I'm with you. If you're a bear out there, I want you to know that whenever the fuck the real sell comes, I will fucking turn on a dime. I am with you. I promise you, I am with you. But they're gonna try to fuck you along the way, is my point. They're gonna use you for liquidity, and I don't want you losing all your money. I really don't. Close your goddamn puts when we go down. Fucking reset on highs. One of them will work. I know one's gonna work. I just don't know which one. I don't know if it's like this one or fucking end of goddamn October, or if it's out in fucking December 31st or February or March. But we will watch for it. We'll hedge for it, and I think it's around 700. Your next place, if you're a bear, that you want to be looking is likely 682.50, somewhere in there. You want to see if there's a failure. Your next place after that is 695. I'll just tell you right now. If you don't know, I'll just tell you. And the reason being is that there's an extension risk to the upside. Like, the market can extend, and it sucks when it extends. And that's your capitulations, right? On the downside moves, you get that one fucking hammer to the downside, and you're like, God damn. that's still alive on the highs right now. It's still valid. Now, if we sell 582.50, if we fail to get 580, like a failure in 580 this time, 582.50 somewhere in there. If we failed that, I'm gonna get kind of bearish. I think if we now fail means backtest fails on hourly trigger. I might get pretty fucking bared up there. We're not there yet, but I would say caution at that level. There is a probability of losing that level. Like if you think in terms of tens, right? So listen to me closely. I think in terms of tens, like at 1 through 10, you hit $8.50. If you're able to smash above the $10, you can go fucking vertical. If you start fucking around up there and you're fading it and fading it and fading it, they'll sweep your ass all the way down to like $6, $4. If the wave's not higher up there. So when we get up to this like 82.50 somewhere in there, there's going to be a lot of rumbling. There's going to be a lot of danger to the bulls. I would be hedging there if we trade that. If we trade like 582, that's a fucking place for you to hedge. Even if we go to 700, it's a place for you to hedge. It's a long ass way down from there. For me, the way down from there is like 5,600. I'm serious. 5,600. That is a fucking monster down move. There's a fuck show up there. So like 582, write that down. Trust me, write that shit down. Like it depends what. Bring it back up to me, get there, and I'll tell you what it looks like, the price action. But that's a big ass move down. That's huge. Fucking, what is that? 800, 1,200 downside move. 1,200 point downside move. Fucking bloodbath. Fucking bloodbath in it, like straight up. That 82.50 is where you really like, especially when we're up there. If you start seeing like a lot of FOMO and shit, that's the time for you to be really calm and being like, yeah, fuck those guys. You know, extreme greed, 580 or 682. That's the place to be thinking about it. Anyways, be careful into this close. A few notes on OPEX. OPEX, just a few more notes to reiterate a few things here. You can sometimes see erratic price action into OPEX day close. Large up and down moves. Sometimes we do pin. For today, we have a pin. I've said this over and over and over again. We have a pin at 6,700. And this pin is right here. So let's say we fade this all day long. Like the end of the day, we're just kind of grinding around. And, you know, to see a ramp here into the bell would not shock me. Now, we could trade this sideways and it's like gapping up after the close or Monday. And then you get the one more bump up here for the pullback on the hourly trigger. Just be aware of this right here. Just be aware of this heading into like today. Like if we start ramping this today into Monday and you think we're fucking crashing, you know, I'd be looking for like Monday, Tuesday to be selling a seller, and then sell this whole fucking next week. But just be aware of it. Marco is somewhere right here, I think, right now. I think this is where Marco is. Marco could potentially be up here too. Hold on, let me change this out a little bit. I think Marco's here right now. I think Marco is up here, and I think Polo is right here. I think that this is dealers. Remember that Marco Polo is, these are CTAs, not dealers, CTAs. These are vol control gang. And these are dealers, but for right now, this is probably, over here is probably dealers. Maybe some. This could be dealers and also some condor and fly traders, just trying to push, and then you have the unwind here and here. Print all those guys out. I think it's a failure. I think it's going to be a failure like this. Like this 8 I think it's going to be something like this. So you get like your you get your polos that'll come in here, try to take it out. The hourly trigger will come up. You'll come up here and Marco will send your ass packing straight back down again. But we'll keep an eye on him. He could be here, but I think he's up here now. And what I think happened was earlier this week, we had a tick. Earlier this week on what sent him higher, I'll show you right now. I said this on the show the other day, and there was a lot of cheating and lying going on in the markets. There was a lot of fucking lying going on in the market. And the one that was the lie was, I believe, this one right here. Let me just check this. So this seller is. So this seller. So hold on here. It's this seller right here. See this seller right here? You don't need to worry about this seller. You need to worry about him. So you got to think about how aggressive they get. Up here, aggressive. And the fact that that did not work is the problem. So if this didn't work, that would mean that this isn't the top. If that's the case, he's up here. And what showed that was this little shit right here. This and this. It's part of a larger move. And it should be something like this and like that to 682. So this guy has been taken out again. He got taken out right here. So he was up, he was here, and this same guy is looking for, this same guy is looking for, this same guy is looking for this move and this down move. So when you see price action like this, it's telling you, no, it's not lower, it's up here. So 682, he probably is there. And then he would take another shot at it here. Now, by middle of November, these windows for this seller, in my view, by like middle of November, if he's not successful, what he'll do is he'll wrap it up. Here, hold on here. So he's got these chances here to sell, but let's say we're in like middle of November in here. For lack of a better way to describe it, what'll happen is, oh, hold on here. For lack of a better way to describe it, they'll just say, fuck it. I'll just wait until flows are on my side. So like bomb it in here, bomb it in here. If none of that works by mid November, what'll happen is this guy will move to 700 and he'll say, fuck it, just lay off the market. I'll come back at 700 and hopefully it's in traditional market weakness in spring and late winter, early spring, and they can start hammering the market again, like down on the 1st of December, down in January, down in February, no matter what that garbage is here. And eventually they will be right. You'll be coming into like April and May, and we'll have a big ass fucking correction. It should be ugly. Not guaranteed. We can enter the bubble too, even if we do that correction. I want you to know that. Like we can make new highs and enter the bubble. We can have a major correction and enter the bubble. We can do a major correction and the market can roll to the depths of hell. There's a lot of options in springtime. There's not a lot of options right now where we are. If this is the top, I don't see a good chance of recovery next year either. I think the market has better options in the springtime. So you hit the 700, you come down, you can have your fucking crash, 23% down. The market still can go higher. It can enter the bubble. It can do whatever the fuck it wants to do. It can make a new high and go in the bubble. But where we are right now, I really don't like the down correction right now. I think that it has a lot of problems for buyers. A lot of like the consequences for sentiment and all that shit. It's not a good look. So it may be, but maybe rephrase that. I don't like the pullback right now into mid-November, lower than around the daily trigger. I don't like the pullback correction in October, November down to what the bulls want. They want fucking 636-ish. I think if they're down there, there's a fair chance they're gonna run the fuck over. There's a fair chance they're gonna get run over with a sentiment shift and momentum and sell side momentum, and you've broken support at that point. I think on COT, or not COTs, but on you'd probably break support in COTs too. Break support in COTs, break support in CTAs, vol control gang, and you're just kind of hanging out with a whole lot of fear on top of your ass. So I would prefer not to trade that personally. We can, I just don't want to. I would be more inclined to be on the sell side of that trade, even on a bounce. For the bulls, I would be more inclined to want to fucking sell that shit down to the depths of hell. Anyways, we're not there yet, so it doesn't matter. Don't pay attention to it. Don't think about it. There's no point in thinking about it. So OpX, ready? Just wrap this up. OpX. We could trade sideways with a move after the bell. Sometimes you see big moves the last few minutes. Sometimes it's between 4 and 4:15. You want to be afraid of that. And then also the post OpX, which would be the weekend. If we do start gapping up, you could see a gap up over the weekend. Data burn, dealers don't have to pay you. Where we need to be. So you might want to think about call spreads. And then next week, we come into Vixpiration. And let's say we're on those highs in Vixpiration, right? Let's say we're on a high at 9:30 in the morning on Vixie Eve. And so you're like, woo! Like, you know how the bears this morning wanted a crash? If we're on a fucking high on like 9:30 in the morning and you're like, I'm going to get long, I would not. And if the market's telling you we're going to do vol up, spot up, and all the people out there are pushing the narrative on you up there, I would be fucking not believing those guys either. I'd be like, oh, fuck no, we're out of here. And I would be very risk offish. Like Vix Eve morning into Vixpiration. And they'll do this Friday on the inverse on you on Vixpiration Eve. And your hair will be on fire, and you'll be all upset. And I don't want you to be upset. I want you to be happy. So be careful of Tuesday morning of next week, or cautious if price is on a major high. You come in at like 9:30 in the morning. We're trading like 6750, testing all-time highs, any kind of shit nonsense like that. I'd be like, fuck no, just go risk off. Just don't do anything. Because they can blast your ass to the downside. We'll wait and see if we're there. That's what I think is going to happen. Matter of fact, I'll just put it right here. Tuesday. Where's Tuesday, 9 a.m.? I'm already going to put it here because I already know it's probably going to be right there. Hold on. Let's go to a 30-minute chart here, and I'll just snap a line there. It's where, like, right, let's call it Tuesday, 9:30 in the morning, right there. So just so you can see this, you want to see it, watch it with me. It's probably sorry for the goofiness here, but all right, we'll get rid of that. That looks stupid. It's probably something that looks more like this. It could be over here, but I think it's up here. So you just, like, you ramp you ramp into VIX or VIXie Eve. I don't have to deal with the theta in the weekend. Yay. And then you're up here on like Tuesday. And you fucking sell Tuesday and Wednesday. Bam, bam. We'll find out if it's just a drop to here, if it's bigger correction down into more doom or whatever. This is a great place to hedge, by the way. If we can get up here, if you're a bear, you should want that. You either want this or you want to break. If you're a bear, you're trying to hedge. You want the market to go up here to sell, or we want to start breaking this September 17th gang over here, and then we could start jackknifing. So you're either like waiting for this or you want it higher, one or the other. This is not the place to be short, though. It's a place to accumulate. Hands down. Place to accumulate. Key gamma level right here. A little bit of spot up, vol up possible up here. It's a strong gamma flip there. And I want you to also know that this is no longer red. Well, this is red right here. This is strong resistance right here. This polo. And I think Marco is right about here. And we'll draw this just like this. Same bullshit. Nothing's changed. Just grinding. Fucking trapping people. It's a really shitty place to be. Like the past couple weeks have been a really tough, like are we gonna crash, are we gonna moon, are we gonna crash, we're gonna moon. Meanwhile, we're just in this sideways action. Here's the big one, bro. Nope. You still have some shot at it, though. You still have a window. If you're a sell side, you got a window in the middle of November, so don't give up hope just yet. What else? Expectations for Monday. Do you want those? You guys want some expectations for Monday? That's what I just drew for you. Here, we'll do it together. Today it's 2:42 in the afternoon. We'll delete everything. So what we're looking at here is this. I'm going to show you this. Hold on here. Let's look at a few things here. Let's look at a few things in the background. So we know where the risk is in the market. It is the weekend. And here is where it is. You get lower lows on daily velocity. We're losing daily velocity right now. There's still room, though, for like a ramp and end of the year, ramp and end of the year, ramp and end of the year. If these are all aligned, it sets up for a really nice crash. But I do have to give it to the bears. Like, this doesn't look good. Right now, it doesn't look good. And this is my big issue here. We talked about this in the stream yesterday. This is where the bulls are saying, well, we can go down here, cap, and then up. Yes, I'll give you that if you're a bull, but if the bears had anything that was bad, it's the daily velocity. On a 30-minute basis, you're a little long in the tooth on 15 minutes. You're just gaining some steam right now for the end of the day. This is showing a gap up into the end of the day. And this hourly is showing a gap up into the end of the day. But we've been having some problems. Sneakily in the background, we're getting lower closes. Do you see it? Like, this is not good here. So that's one for the bears. This one for the bulls. Into the close. And we're getting kind of fucky down here, you know? It's not quite negative, but it does bring out the caution, right? Attitude and thought. So the next thing here is what? We took this guy out over here. This is your September 17th guy. He was right here. And right when you saw that high right there, right when you saw this one, that was the indicator that we're going to moon. So just see it right there. It's fairly easy to see. How high does it go, though, is the bigger question, because we do know for sure that we've got major sellers on whether we're bullish or bearish. So let's say you get sentiment better, right? Sentiment improves. The moment that we hit this, though, you're going to expect the sellers to be there. We get a good back test. Buyers again step in, and then the sell side is going to want to go, violent up here. So, let's look at this. I think it's that one. No, it's slightly higher, like right there. And I don't think this is yellow. I don't think that is. I think that's 680. That's yellow. And I think the 680-250 is the danger zone. This is probably the bull's biggest dangerous, like right here. Slightly lower than this. Like I would look at this just like you look at this. If we can get up here, I would expect like wham, wham, ting. So just be aware of these guys here. This is Marco up here. I don't think he's right here. I think he's higher. But I would be aware of him. And look at that right there. That's fucking beautiful. That's yellow, not black. This is green. This is your 1 hour. This is a fucking bull. There's a few things to look at here. There's some danger, not quite danger, but there is some fucker. There's some fuck around in here. See this one here? This 1 hour. You could come all the way back down here and still be bullish. I'll put these in because there is some. You're gonna call this CJJ's. Hold on here. This would be. I don't see this trade, but I want you to know about it. Have you got any like weekend doom? I'm gonna assume this is next week's. I'm assuming that this is gonna become next week's pullback. So let me just show you this. There's your 4. I would like to see into this close for 4 p.m. 1900. I'd like to see that one right there. With such a strong close, I'm going to be looking for the gap up on the Tuesday 9 a.m. Something like this. So you can see it. And I do think that this is up here, at least right there, Tuesday, 9 a.m. So there is some gap. There is some just be careful of this gap up in here. It's like you're pushing this, and then you've got the cluster. This is your 4 hour, and it's like boom right here. And then you have for next week on Vixpiration, your pre-Vix is right here. Your actual Vixpiration close on Wednesday is right here. Let's say you jackknife this down, even down here. And then you were able to finally take this one out right there. A lot of nonsense, right? There's your 31st. This is all of your S&P 500 earnings. You see it? So you got Vixpiration unwind. You're murdering a lot of these fucking FOMO bulls for the big reports on the 27th, 31st. Kind of stalling here. If you have bad reports, yes, I think you can go down, but I like the idea of like letting all these companies report. The dealers are happy. We're not cranking before we get there. Dealers are suppressing price. We wrap up a bunch of earnings in here. You get the GTC, you get APEC and Z, and maybe we go up here and Moon, maybe. I'd like to see this like 27th. I'd like to see the 27th like a fade. You can't see it, but this is the 27th. This is the 31st. So like you come into here, you're kind of fading down here, and then whammo. I might even pull this down a little bit in here. So I could get the hourly triggers up here. Hourly trigger pushes price, comes back down, bloodbath, a bunch of fear, back up here, right? We're going to stall and go up here for earnings, but they bled you down again. You're all panicking again, and then it's whammo. And you've now taken out all the positive volatility. Now, you got to remember that the fucking Bears have until the 15th. They really do. I'll be honest with you. So, like, you could still see, like, like fading this shit into middle of November. I don't know if it gets down there or not. But you do have your big bomb ability in here. And then you trade 700 on December, whatever the fuck that is over there. You get everybody bulled up in here. Bulls are like, fuck yeah, dude, GTC, fuck yeah, everything's awesome. Rate cuts, woo! And I would unload in you. I would fucking unload on you, and then I would give you the print that you're looking for over here. So you're all going to be rolling your calls to 700 in here. You're going to be rolling from 680 to 7. Theta Gang's going to fucking love this. Theta Gang doesn't give a fuck about down, or they just care about this right here. And then you finally get your 700. December 31. $6.95, $6.9. This is the tease, right? This is the sausage shaking. Bro, we're going to 700. We're going to 720. Roll all your calls, bro. We're going to just gap. No stops, bro. What you should be doing in here is hedging. And then I'd be looking for one more dip. I don't know where that dip is. It could be here. Could be lower. But I'd be looking for that next dip for your swing traders out there. If you're long into December right here, I think you're fine. I don't think this matters. Right now, it doesn't matter. You can always close for profit up here. But I think this is the big unknown right now. So you got like rolling calls higher to 700, 720. Set your ass in here on fire, and then make you buy it all again. And I think there's one more trap in here. I do. I think there's like a bigger trap. So, you get this one right here, and then you come into, springtime and you're jackknifing down here. And this is where your September 17th people are. So if you want to see where they actually are, the selling began on September 17th, in my view. It started right there. And I think that it's, we get back down here. I think that when you come into the springtime, fall, there's definitely a fucking trap here, and there's definitely a trap right here. And what they're going to do is they're going to crush your ass, wham. And then we're going to come back in. You'll have your monthly trigger. You'll be at 6,000. And this is the crucial part here. This 6,000 is where CTAs can really start accelerating sell side. So there's a nice inflection point in here in February, March, April, May, Pride Month, Bear Pride Month. And it's also matches up to this over here. Like back testing all of this over here. It's a nice little bookend, it looks clean. I don't know. Sometimes things look clean. They're not good, but just in here, that looks kind of clean. And you have the nice inflection point down here, and you're making that decision right now. Are we defending this or not? Are we gonna start to fucking get underneath it, revisit your April lows? The big questions over here. We get a lot of data. Now, what's the danger here? The danger here is multifold. The curve is a problem. We know that. We know that geopolitics is a problem. We know that data. If you want to know why we should sell or how do we sell down here, I'll tell you. If you want to know how we can sell this for November, I would suspect that I don't think it would be geopolitics. I think it would be data. I would think if all of a sudden we get a big data dump in here and it's bad, I would be concerned. If the Fed says the Fed's in here giving you a rate cut and they say, oh, by the way, you're going to get some data and it's going to look ugly, or the minutes tell you that, or we get the data. If you wanted the unclench in here and why, probably data. Just the sheer amount of data that will come out. That could be the potential unwind. Either in here or in this rejection. So whatever this rejection is up here, coming into the end of we at the beginning of the month, right? Market's free to do what it wants to do. Whatever this is right here. If I was going to time a data release, it would be up here. If we were going to release some data, like come back for Senate or I don't know, we're giving you some bullshit data, whatever. I don't give a fuck what it is. If you're going to do data, I would do it at the top right there. And then let the market decide if the data is worse. If you want to know what that unclench is, it's likely data driven. I don't think that it's geopolitics. Everybody's saying it's geopolitics. I don't see it yet. I don't see it. You don't see it. So if there was that geopolitics, so just into this close up here into 4 o'clock and then up into Monday, Tuesday. Sell this shit down. Be very wary if we're up here. So let's say we hit this. If we hit this on like Monday, I'd be scared. If we hit this on Wednesday, I'd be scared. This should mark your expiration unclench. So just be aware of that. Expectations right here. Up into the close. Weekend, Monday, Tuesday. Watch this backfill over here. There's a little bit of backfill in here. Maybe you do this in the weekend. Maybe this is Sunday futures. And then you wake up at 9 a.m. and you're right about there. Like Monday could be buy the open. Be wary of the buy the open on Monday. So let's say we open flat on Sunday and we start fading. Let's say we fade a little bit Monday. I'll give you a prediction right now. It's Friday. You ready? Up into the close. Fade Sunday futures. And then if we're fading Sunday futures at 9:30 on the button, slam the buy button. And they'll crank this fucker right into Tuesday into 9:30 a.m. You'll get your last leg to like close on Monday. You'll get one more rip up over in after hours because of theta, and dealers not wanting to pay you. So call spreads work really well here. Call spreads work really well here. Owning SPY works really well here. Long dated calls work really well here. What don't work really well here are zero dates, unless you're in and out end of the day. If I was a dealer, I would go up and fuck you on the weekend, and I would fuck you on Monday's open or Monday's close for the highs. And then you get the cash market open high price on Tuesday open. You've satisfied everybody. You're unwinding the VIX for the new contract. You're able to ramp the VIX up again. And if you have any kind of like worries or fear over the weekend, I'm just going to list them one more time for you. So if you're a bear, geopolitical risks remain, though they're rising, but not like when Trump said we're doing this with the tariffs, but they do remain elevated. We are still in the season of an invasion from China into Taiwan. I want you to know if that invasion ever took place, that it would be fast. It would take like 2 or 3 weeks. That's it. Most hostilities should end quickly. Now, if you want to know what my thought is on that possibility, like a top line, I do think that the U.S. will aid Taiwan one way or another. I don't know if it were to escalate, if we would continue to be able to stop China from creating an actual blockade. If they were to fuck with our homeland, the U.S., we may not be there as much as you think. I wouldn't be afraid of that. If you're a U.S. citizen, the U.S. will protect you. I want you to know that. That's true. Before they would go to the aid of another nation, they would literally instill something like COVID protocols, very similar to that. Now we're not there, but that comes back again next year. So just for right now, the risk to market is geopolitical volatility, I would call it, trade war. We are in a window where China can still invade Taiwan. That's real. And also trade war escalation. Those are probably the 3 biggies. Now, the one that I think no one's looking at has got to be no data. Like the real one that you should be really concerned about in truth is like if we're in a high or some shit, just be like, maybe we're going to step to the side, because that would be an opportune time to release that data. It would be an opportunity for, if I was Trump or the White House, I'd be like, oh, we're on a high. Let's get some data out there. I don't know how they get that released. I don't know if it's the government, or I don't know if it's bureaucracy. I don't know if it's bullshit data, but if they were going to dump it, or if they were going to dump that data on the market, on a high would be the time to do it. And they have a window for that. Like, this is more about this here. They have a window to dump some data on you on a high from now into the middle of November. Now, if they did dump that data, I wouldn't expect bad data. If we hold the market up, I wouldn't expect any more bad data that's going to matter until at least January. So those are the risks to the market in my view. The only other note here into this weekend would be Marco. You fucking need to know where his ass is. Marco is not fucking around. If you don't know who Marco is, it's not Marco Klonovich or whatever. I used him as a heel, like, you know, just using like for a name. But you need to know where Marco is. That guy is not fucking around. That guy wants to jump like Superfly Snook off the top rope and just destroy buyers. So if you're FOMO gang, you need to try to assume he's in certain places, and step out of his way when he comes through, because he will fucking destroy you. And if you're sell side, it would be good to know where he is too, because his basis for selling, I think, is beautiful. He's been selling in some really nice places. So he's taken 3 shots already at the market, and I don't think he's done. I think he's up there at fucking 680. I think he's up there at 700. And he's dropping fucking bombs from up high. And I think he's a great whoever that trader, oh, not trader, but they're CTAs, man. These guys are certified pros, so I'm assuming that those guys know exactly what the fuck they're doing. So just be aware of those guys up there, okay? And that means what? Volatility. Now that volatility, if you're a follower of Charlie McGilligot, he agrees with this too, I think, in thesis, but he has also issued a warning to the sellers, which is, you know, that volatility of Marco trying to slam the market down, it could become inverse the end of the year. It could be where like Marco joins you, and he does actually join on bottoms here too, but he could join you in OTM calls as a right tail hedge to the upside, and he could accelerate that upside move. So if you want to see a spot up vol up, it is likely above 682. I don't think the window's here for it just yet. I think the window for that spot up vol up is more like the 15th, 17th of November. If we do that and you're on sell side, you will not see this price action. You will end up seeing just vertical. Do not try to sell it. Do not try to fucking call a top on that shit. You let it do its thing, and you just get out of its fucking way until it turns. Because they could run our asses. We could go fucking vertical right up into like December 26th. And then we start getting more volatility after the 26th of December. Don't do it. You'll get run the fuck over, so don't do it. I'm just going to warn you now. And if that's from a low down here, if it's like if it's down here at the 636, man, I don't know. I'd really like to see it at like 650. Like 650, hit 680 a second time, break above finally, then the spot up, vol up kicks in. We're in middle of November, and it's like a month and a half of melt up. And make a nice fucking bookend. And that's a lot of fucking money. You literally just put on some in the money calls, and you just don't sell them. And you fucking right to like 4 p.m. at fucking like December 31st, December 26th, depending upon where we are. You like hold them right into that bitter fucking end, like 4 p.m., 4:15 on those dates, and your calls will be stupid. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Festivus for the rest of us. And that trade is beautiful. And do not worry when you're in that trade. If you're in that spot up vol trade, just stay long. You just leave it on. Don't touch it. Don't pick it. Don't pop it. Stay long right into the end of the fucking. And I'm gonna. Here's another warning here for you. We got big warnings here. Like, if you're a bull, when we go into those spot up vol ups, always better to enter and not exit. You can be left behind, and you can get cut up in those things on zero dates. But when we get into the end of the quarter, like the 26th of December, 27th, 28th, 29th, 31st, first week of January, that window, that 2 weeks, you'll probably see guys like the GOAT. Brian Watts does a great stream kick-ass stream those 2 weeks. I would recommend maybe even just watching his show those 2 weeks. The guy's fucking great. I've always liked him. I've always had a real like true love for Brian Watts. I know people hate him. He's divisive, but that guy kept me company for years. I listened to him talk in my ear for fucking years, and he kept me fucking sane. He really fucking did. So Brian Watt, right? Why does he come out those 2 weeks? You know why? A lot of money to be made. And those two bookend weeks, you can see like 4% down moves, 5% up moves, 6% down moves, 6% up moves. It's the same process as this, kind of, what we're going through right now. So you can, but in a really short time frame. So like you could walk in on a Monday and be down 5%, walk in on Wednesday and be up 5 or 6%. They're very fruitful days that pay very well. And I know that you guys like taking vacations and stuff, but the people out there, that day traders that don't do that, they make all their money in those time periods. That's viable if we do this. Like I'm telling you, that's viable for those 2 weeks. And those are very, very good pay. They pay fucking awesome. They can make your whole year. They're that good. They can make your whole goddamn year. In those bookend weeks. We have one this year. We've got a bookend week. Heading into New Year's, we got a bookend after New Year's, and you can see some juice in there. Now, something else here too, which I think we've talked about, which would be if you are looking for that print in December 31st and you don't get it, I do think eyeballing like March 31st or Feb 18th, 20th, whatever the OPEX is, to capture it either on the 31st of December or into those months. There's something else there too. Like there is a potential for, I don't want to talk about it now, but you don't know the price. But if we're up at 700, let's say, or 700-ish on the 31st, we need to be watching for that correction. We also want to be watching for a break higher into mid-February to trade 720. So I really want to watch that because when we entered the bubble in the 90s, in 96 to 97, we didn't do a lot of back testing. We didn't get the crash. We didn't get it. We got it inside of that year. So listen to this closely. Ready? Got to remember this. This is important. When we entered the bubble in 96 to 99, we didn't actually crash in the spring. What we did was we consolidated sideways, and then we went into the next year, and we had the crashes inside that year, like 2 or 3 or 4 times, and we just kept going vertical. And we didn't even look back. We didn't even give the chance to do it. Like, oh, we're gonna go back and just check that back there. We didn't do it. So we have to consider that when we get into the spring. We're not there yet, so it's not a big deal right now, but we want to watch the behavior in the springtime. The spring is going to matter. Right? Can you imagine not coming back? Could you imagine like next year being like double the stock market price with a bunch of 20 and 30% down moves? And double the stock market price? I don't know if we're going to do that, but when I say that, when I say that on Twitter, I'm just shit posting. This is not 1999, it's 1996. I don't know if we are 96 or not. We can't confirm that until we get into next year. But just be aware of that down the road. I am looking on higher frames. And start looking like we're Japan. Come back into this here. Congratulations, Bulls. It's October 17th. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this. Is our first. This is going to anger some bears. They're going to piss off the bears. You ready? Oh, shit. So far, what has October been? For OpEx, what has it been? Uptober. Uptober. It's been Uptober. Oh God. Let's see if let's repost that October one. Oh man, they're gonna hate me on fucking FinTwit. They're not gonna like me on FinTwit today. Last night I was fucking posting all kinds of like fun time shit. Woo, yeah, baby, go to the moon. Everybody's like, fucking, we're crashing, bro. Hold on. Like, no, they ain't. They're sucking you in. Hold on, you just don't know it yet. Hold on here. Oh God, it's so terrible. So filthy. Hold on here. So terrible. Let's delete all this shit over here. I'll even say it like a douchebag. Hey guys, just check it in. Hold on here. I snip this for so bad. So terrible. I'm gonna post it right now. Oh, hold on there. It's so bad. Hey fellas. God, it's gotta piss him off, man. That would piss me off if I was a seller. If I was a doomer, I'd be fucking raging right now. Like, fucking goddamn, October's supposed to be fucking red. Like, can you imagine being a seller right now? You're just like, fucking October. Should be goddamn red, goddamn giant red ass candle, like blood. Big fat red. You still have a chance here, Bears. Tuesday. I'm gonna turn that red candle, that green candle into a red candle. Dunk your balls on my face until October 31st. How about this? If we end October in the red, this is a promise. If we end October on a red candle, the monthly candle's a red candle, I will make paper mache brown balls like a bear has. And I will make a tub of water and I'll dunk my head in the water and I'll dunk the balls on my head on the show for Halloween. Instead of Cap Duncan for apples, it'll be Cap Duncan for balls, bear balls. And I will put my head in the bucket, I promise. And I'll have like my daughter, maybe not my daughter, because they're gonna look like probably brown hairy balls or something. I'll have my wife dunk my head in the water with the bear balls, and you can teabag me. I will. I'll do it. I promise. Yeah, you can dunk me in bear ball, and we'll dye the water in the bucket yellow, so it's like bear piss and bear balls, and I'll make them hairy and gross. I'll go to the Halloween store and get some. I'll get the laser beams and shit running too. I got the laser beams and the fog. If we get a red monthly candle for the month of October, I promise to dunk my head in some bear piss and bear balls. Live on the show, I'll do it. You can keep that video and show it anytime I'm wrong. You can troll me on Twitter. It'd make a great meme. Fuck that guy over there. He's always wrong. And then cut to me being dunked with bear balls and piss. I'll do that, okay? I promise. It'd be great. Squeezing higher now. Trading 665.76. 6,700 is the magnet. Let me show it to you right here. It's this yellow shit right here. This yellow bad boy right here. There's the magnet right there. Also, there's doors opening to the upside to 6,750. Clear ceiling. Winds at your back. Bluebird sky, baby. Open the hatches. Unfurl the ballooner. We're out of here. 6,700 target into the weekend and Monday open. If you're a bear, don't think I hate you. When we start selling, I'll be the first to tell you, I promise. When things get ugly, I'll be with you, I promise. I want you to know that, okay? God, you've been getting fucked. Bears have been getting fucked. They're making good money. Like, in here, there's good money made for Bears, but you know which one you want. I know which one you want. You want the jackknife 20 fucking percenter. I know what you want. I know which one you want. I know it. I see it. Everybody sees it. Bulls see it. I see it. We all see it. We all know it's there. We know there's a lot of money there, too. I get you. I know you don't want the back and forth and back and forth. You want the fucking double jackknife down. You want margin calls. You want all these fucking retail kids to get sent back to Wendy's, don't you? You want them filling out. Bears want to be paying for mortgages, not rents. They want bulls filling out Wendy's applications. I know what you want. Oh, here we go. Here we go. What's this? There we go. Hold on here. I'll post this on Twitter. I just got a Wendy's application out. No, that was what I wanted right there. That was good. Stop. I will do that. If we get a red candle into the end of the month, I promise you, I will fucking. How about this? I'll give you a little extra time. The first week of November, I'll even extend it. You get it? If you like, like, oh shit, it wasn't quite a red candle. If you get it into like first week of October, how about this? If we're at, I'm gonna rephrase it. So, October 31st, if there's a big red candle, I'll do that. If not, if we're at the weekly trigger, not just underneath the daily trigger, but if we're in the weekly trigger, I'll do it the first week of November too. So I'll give you a little extra time. If it takes you a little, if it's organized and it's not crazy, I'll do it. I'll still do it. Taking beer balls in the face. That's what I'll do it. It'd be great. It'd be a great tie-in to Halloween too. Trading 665.76, open path and doorway to 6,700. Be careful of a squeeze here, man. If you're out there, it's OpEx. We can easily, violently move up to the upside. I think we can park it here, but just be afraid of like a, like a baby elbow up the ass over there when you're not paying attention. Wendy's applications for everybody. Fuck, extreme fear. They got your asses this morning, didn't they? They ran that fucking scam last night. They ran that fucking doom scam. They ran that shit all night long. I saw traders this morning at like fucking 2 a.m, fucking 4 a.m. this morning, 8:30 this morning, fucking calling for the end of the stock market this morning. They're all now deleting their tweets and shit. They're all burying their papers. There was a guy, I saw a guy on Reddit that called for a limit down on like Friday, Saturday of last week. Like Friday, he posted it. It got huge traction on Reddit. And the subreddit left it up all weekend, so every bear and their sister came out of the woodwork. Like it was like a meeting of the bears, and they just unloaded all their theses and theories and manifestos. And the subreddit deleted it on Monday. Like halfway through the day, the subreddit deleted the post. The guy came back yesterday. And he posted a new one. He posted a new one at like 8 or 9 p.m. And he was like, okay, guys. He's like, I think we can do it tomorrow on OpEx. He was like, we're going to crash on OpEx in the morning. And they left the post up. I haven't checked to see if it's still there, but I got to check it. Maybe I should check it right now and see if it's still there. Because this guy tried twice now. It's like trying to be the tried twice now, and it's really cool to read. Hold on a second. He's got like a whole manifesto, and then like all the bears come out, and they just like they're all fucking sucking each other off, and like it's really bad. It's real cool. Like the Kool-Aid's flowing, the oil is out. No one's shaven, smells bad, it's in the Bowery, finishes in Tribeca. We'll just see if this guy's post is still up today. Oh, God. Hold on. Oh, here he goes. Financial and economic difficulties are getting critical. I have to start by eating some crow. I made a post on Friday saying we might have a Black Monday. I was wrong. We had a strong bounce in the market. However, the issues raised are not going away. The problems are only growing. Hold on a second here. These fucking guys aren't gonna fucking ever learn. Hold on here. Hold on. So terrible. Hold on here. I'm gonna read what this guy posted as we close the day right now. I'm gonna read this guy. I have something to start by eating some crow. I made a post on Friday saying that we might have a Black Monday. I was wrong. We have had a strong bounce in the stock market. However, the issues raised are not going away. The problems are only growing. So this is a summary, which hopefully will generate a discussion or serve as a chronicle of where things are and where they are going. First, while the big banks announced mostly good earnings, regional banks are under stress. The collapse of First Brands and Tricolor around 10 days ago are the tip of the iceberg for credit markets. We all know about debt levels, sovereign debt, household debt, credit card debt, car loans, all at record highs. Consumers are trapped at all but the highest income levels, and many of them are watching their spending. Credit cards and car loans in particular are seeing rising delinquencies. I also believe the AI investment bubble has already burst. It went from whispers a few months ago to prominent articles in the Wall Street Journal and New York Times 2 weeks ago. Basically, there has been trillions invested in returns in the tens of millions. And the infrastructure ages out after 4 to 5 years. What's more is that much of the investments are circular. Essentially the same tranche of investors' money being promised between a group of around 5 companies. This is now entering the public conversation. Remember how nobody knew what subprime was in 2005, 2006, 2007? And then bam, everyone knew what subprime was in 2008. I believe we are in the spring of 2008 stage in the current cycle. The stock market kept going up even as home prices and sales, along with bonds or subprime bonds, were crashing. Just yesterday, Scott Bessent said that Trump will need emergency powers for the economy. Watch gold. Gold is screaming higher. Although I'm not sure exactly what it is screaming or why. Inflation hedge is the most common interpretation. But we are teetering between inflation and deflation, in my view. In closing, we may see two massive bubbles pop at around the same time. The AI investment bubble and the credit bubble. If it were to happen, that would cause major uncontrolled chaos. In the markets and in society. And now to you, Bob, and the weather. Just watch price underneath the daily trigger, okay, gang? Price goes under the daily trigger, and the daily trigger starts rolling, and we start selling off the daily trigger. We'll start thinking about it. Until then, we are trading currently 664.99. This guy's gonna have to fucking delete his goddamn post and rewrite it again. They're always really kind, though. I'll give that to a bear. Bears are always like, they're kind of legit. They're like, I was wrong, but I'm going to call it again. He did it. He was really good. He wasn't a bad guy. He's like, hey, I was wrong, but I'm posting again my manifesto. And I'm going to post it again and again and again and again. I apologize. My bad. And I didn't post it on a high either. I posted it on a low. But maybe I should comment in there and just say, hey, bro, why not do that on a high? Post the manifesto on a high, man. You'll get a lot of traction. We roll down, and for like 2-3 weeks, everybody will be pumped. Market's going down. One editing note. Do that on a market high, bro. Not on the bottom on a Friday. You know, you could, like the first time he posted the first one, it was like fucking 4:05 p.m. last Friday. He was just like fucking hammering away. The weekend was coming. It's just like, we're fucked. We're all gonna die on Monday. Not so fast. Well, there's some truth to what he's saying. It's just the way that he's presenting it. It's probably not on his timeline. I don't know that it's 2008. I agree, though. The AI bubble is it. That's the big one. We all know that, right? He did make a comment about how in 4 or 5 years they're going to need to reinvest these new trillions of dollars. They're already talking about involving the government in it. So, you know how, like, when these guys say these things, can you close that window, please? Are you singing right now? You sound beautiful and you have headphones on. You can't hear me. All right, I won't try to bug you. You're just being beautiful over there with your headphones on, ignoring me and singing to yourself. So, you know, this guy's right to an extent on the AI bubble stuff, but if you have the U.S. government step right in and they start funding the next build out in 4 to 5 years, what do you say then? We just printed a bunch of fucking trillions and we're going to do it for them. There's something about economics that a lot of bears don't want to know. You can have like economic expansion that creates new money. You know, you have more people born. What happens when you have, let's say, 100 people, right, on an island, and then you have 120 people, and those 120 people start growing stuff, more corn. So now you have, before you had 50 bushels of corn, now you've got 75 bushels of corn, but only 20 people. That creates money, doesn't it? Right? So whenever you're hearing people talk about like, that we have this problem with inflation or printing money, you also have expansion of economy too, right? That does actually help fight inflation, believe it or not. Especially if you have a bumper crop, right? You have too much of something, more efficiency in something. So when you hear things like that in that story, like, oh, they're so fucked in the 4 to 5 years, we have an ability in this world to fix shit like that, don't we? You know, like the government just steps in one day and says, oops, we created another $5 trillion to rebuild them again. You know what I mean? So, and they're already arguing this right now. You can already see the arguing about it. We'll see if we can get this rip into the bell here, or if we pin it and rip it afterwards. The way is higher. I'm gonna post some pictures in the Discord of this. I'm gonna go take some. I thought I took some pictures, but I'll post some pictures of my wall rotted out. They had to like tear my roof off, and they're tearing the wall out and rebuilding it. I have a giant hole in my house right now. Unknown, unexpected, unplanned. So I guess I'm fucked. And this is gonna cost me a lot of fucking money, more than I ever expected. And I moved into this house, not knowing this was gonna happen. So I'm in some shit right now. Yep, she's still singing. Let's see if I can shift my head over here so I don't get I'm getting like a sun right in my face here. Hey, my love, Aaron. Can you like a little bit of sun on my face, like right in front of you, over there? I love you, the best. I love you. You want to do some cuddling for if they could take care of the girls after this? You want to go? Oh, she just gave me the finger. She just said no. Yeah, they're notorious for it. Exactly, Ad Man. They're notorious for closing. They're notorious for they quote unquote buy it all back, right? Notorious. All of a sudden, everybody needs to own Spy right now. Why do you need to own Spy? Because I sold some options, or I sold the Spy shorts, right? I'm wrapping it up. So be very careful here. Extremely careful. Need to own Spy right now at this exact moment. I gotta get up. Hey, did they give you a list for the new shit I need to get? Fuck, I'm so fucked now. I got no fucking time. My weekend is gonna be all goddamn work. Oh god. No private time for me. No time for me. There ain't no love for the wicked, man. Plenty of time to sleep in that big dirt nap. I shit you not. Every fucking time I want 5 minutes. Don't get it. Just another thing on my plate. Do you ever have wife and kids? If you're a young person watching this show, there's a lot of commitment in there. It's worth it, but it's totally worth it, but it's a lot of commitment. If you're a young man out there, just know that it's hard. It ain't easy. You got a lot to get through. Let's see if we can do a little mini Batwing in here. Would be nice. The benefits are worth it, though. If you're a young man out there, you're not going to be able to enjoy that stuff until they get older. You'll enjoy it along the way, but you're going to go through nightmares and shit, and you're going to go through some horrific shit raising kids. I'm not going to candy coat it for you. It ain't easy, but on the back end, it will be better. It'll help you when you get older to be able to, like when you become an old man like me, like I'm becoming, it answers a bunch of questions. Like it helps you to die, like becomes okay to die, believe it or not. I did this, and now I'm enjoying the fruits of all this, and It's totally worth it. You're ever like wondering, is it worth having kids? Yes. It's even worth having kids and being poor. I've had kids and been poor. I have. I've been poor. It's still okay. If you just love your children, that's all that matters. Truly, it really does. All that fucking matters. And like combat like the shit that comes with being poor, raising kids. Like the doom, fighting doom in the market, right? It's the same shit. It's the literal same shit. Your wife comes home, tell you everything's awful, give her a hug, and say it's okay, we're gonna make it. It's not that bad, right? And you pick up the pieces and you run with your kids and your wife and you love on them. If you do that, I'm telling you, the end is baller. It's been fucking baller. And I'm coming into that new part of my life right now, and it's fucking worth it. It's worth every fucking moment of it. And also your friends and your family that are around you. You get to enjoy all those people and all those friends, all those family members. It's fun. It's really a joy. You get to go back to the older people you knew and say, I didn't know, and now I'm learning. And they welcome you back into their later in life and say, okay, you got to go to the next step now, right? Now you're going to become an old fuck like I am. And then you listen to them. Tell me everything I need to know, bro. I didn't trust you at 20 years old or 16. Now I trust you. I'm here, right? So what do I need to know for the last leg of my life? And you're like on board. Like, let's do this. And it can be a kick-ass trip. So, anyways, I don't know why I'm saying that, but I'm looking over at my wife right now, and she's fucking beautiful. And she's singing, and she doesn't know that I can hear her. It reminds me of my baby singing. So watch this close right now. Look for up move over the weekend, and then a down move, and then more uppies into Tuesday open. Very bullish here overall. Price target from here is 675. Or no, you want the closer one? I would try to get out at like 678.50. No, 668.50. Excuse me. I would like. You want like a pullback? Six. So you got this one right here, and then you've got. I would be trying. Like, we'll leave this here. You want to know? Like, there's another one right here. And then I'd like to see that last little one right there. So there's one right here at 668.50. And so there's like this one right here, then there's this one, then there's this one right here. I think you got this one. This would be a perfect unclench right there. It makes sense, but just note that 668.50, I would be stepping out here. And you're buying this pullback here to get up here. This is all like FOMO shit up here, so it's always find that dangerous. I always like this last bit here is danger, so it's more pricing, rolling pricing action. You also have a 4 trigger cluster. I should post this on FinTwit. I don't want bears to get fucked up. There are also you can see them right here. So this is the market right here. For that move, it's right. It's basically right here. This is where they are. It's a giant fucking group of buyers right there. You can see that they're going to come up here too, right? So they'll come up here. They'll come up here. They'll look for a buy right there. Can you guys hear that right now? I want to warn you that I might have, it's possible you'll see some construction debris fall over my head. Don't worry. Just note that I could, while the show is still going, there might be some, they're working right above my head right now. I had another room, some pieces of the wall, because I just gave them the okay out. They're supposed to work on the small section. I was just like, rip the fucking roof off this house. That's what I just told them. Like, rip the fucking roof off. We're going to put some dormers in. That's what I told them. Yeah, I got a hard hat. What I did was I left my hard hats for my wife and kids. We have dogs and cats, so they've been using the hard hats going in and outside. I got to get one for my office. I went and looked for it. The girls have it, so I don't know where the fuck it is. I will get one though. Hard hats are awesome. I love them. I have like $100 hard hat. I got an expensive hard hat. Hard hats are your fucking friend, man. As in construction, probably the most. I like them even more than steel toes or hard soles. If there was one piece of safety equipment that's my favorite, it's probably a hard hat. One of the most dangerous fucking things that you can avoid. Like, you can lose a leg and live. I'm serious. But like, you take a shot to the head, out. Bye. Yeah. I didn't know anything about construction. I learned it all when I moved here to Detroit. I like hired people and had them teach me. I was like bored and wanted to learn about construction and trades. And I spent at least 4 or 5 years learning about the construction trades. It was a blast. I loved it. I loved learning about the trades. I learned a shit ton about trades. I don't know all the refined things, but there's a lot of the shit that I have learned over the years that I had no idea about. I think the biggest benefit that I took away from that was I know what bad work looks like now. I probably can't see some critical things, maybe. There may be some critical things that I missed, but like, what does bad work look like? Like, bad work looks a certain way. You can tell when someone has not worked in the trades. It's just like, John threw a wall up, or you can see the difference. It like through and through the work. I think that's probably the biggest benefit that I've taken away. The other benefit I took away was when I first started flipping houses, I got fucked by a flipper, and I didn't know it. And when I flew in, I realized it, and then thereafter, I vowed never to do that again. Like buying a house, I didn't buy it. I was under contract, and I lost my money. I literally backed away from this fucking house and took the L. That hurt too. I was enraged about that for a couple of years. I'm thinking about it right now. How mad I am still today about it. I got robbed. I got robbed. First experience in Detroit. I got robbed. I actually did get robbed in Detroit on that deal. I wish I hadn't put that. The pictures looked great. Everything looked great. And then I flew in, and I looked at the house in person, and I was like, they fucking lied to me. And that's when I learned about. That's when I started learning about all the scams that are in real estate. And I joined a real estate group, and it's rampant. It really is. It's fucking rampant. I would, to some extent, prefer a flipper that puts gray paint in the. A lot of flippers will come into like middle class income neighborhoods, and they'll paint and put new fixtures in, new switches, new fixtures, real cheap, and then jack the house up $100,000. I'm actually fine with that. I'm not fine with paying that price, but I'm fine with that because if you get like a flipper doing shit in the background, it's hella dangerous. Like, I was watching this one guy recently, and I was watching this like YouTube video of this flipper. He's a fucking flipper, and I was looking at this video because of my house, and he was giving me nightmares. I was like, what is this fucking guy doing? He had the same problem on a side of a house that I'm having, and he was putting a dormer up there, and he put so much wood on this house that was built in the 50s. I'm like, this fucking guy's house is gonna fucking implode. It's gonna start bowing slowly over time. Like, you need to have point loads to the basement or the foundation, and then you need to beef up whatever the interior first floor wall. This guy was building on a second floor, and I was just like, this guy's using modern building standards, but he wasn't doing it with the support for the second floor. And I was like, you can't half-ass that shit. You got to go on the first floor and rip all that shit out now. And it has to be its own like freestanding thing. In an old home, if you do that, you have to have like major point load-bearing walls. And the other fucked up thing this guy did was he didn't knock out the basement. Well, in the video that I could see, he was showing his point loads, and he didn't jackhammer out the basement. So you have a footing that's underneath your basement. There's a footing, and if you don't have a footing for that new stuff, you have to literally jackhammer out, dig down, and pour a footing. So he was riding some of this shit on no footing. And I was like, that ain't good. I was like, 20 years down the fucking road, that stuff's gonna be fucking bowing. Your fucking ceiling's gonna be fucking dipping in. Frenchies. No, I shouldn't say that. To say Frenchies framing. I'm Irish, so Irish framing, right? Drunken Irish framing. Come back looking at the wall in 10 years, looking at the LVL, and you're going, why the fuck is that LVL fucking bowing now? Rip off the drywall, and it's not an LVL. It's like sandwich 2x8s, 2x10s with USB, OSB, and not enough glue, not enough nails. You're like, fuck, what did they do in there? Oh yeah, definitely. And they cover it up too. And then you don't know what's in there. I always believe, like, so if I ever buy a house I've bought houses that flippers have had their hands on, and I won't buy them if they don't have pictures. I don't give a fuck about the inspection. I want pictures. I want pictures of the inside of the walls before you close them up that I can look at. I don't believe these fucking guys. Oh, here we go. We're almost there. Here comes magic hour. There goes the big orange. This is why you don't fuck with OpEx. Give me the belt. I'm going to spank that guy. Don't fuck with OpEx. It's like a goddamn tractor beam. Look at it. They got to do what they got to do a couple days a month. or 1 day a month. They got to do this shit. And then they got to do it again on the end of the month, and they got to do it once a quarter. And just let them do their thing. Bunch of horse trading going on in here. Yeah, they didn't like that post. I posted, beware of us backgapping up into expiration eve morning. I got no likes in that post. That's rage. You can hear it. Oof. All right. I'll see you all on Monday. You have my expectations for next week. I do want you to know that this is valid into middle of November, but because of the caution warning bar last Friday, any weekend, if we're crashing on the weekend, we can trade it together. But it hasn't been happening. Like this past Sunday, it didn't happen. If we do wake up to a Black Monday in October, I will trade it with you over the weekend. If you're long and you're not hedged and you get blown out, we can make money on the downside over the weekend. I won't leave you hanging. I won't disappear. But if we're like flat or slightly down on Sunday, don't expect that stream. But if we are like bloodbath and anything like that, there's some bad news, or if China invades Taiwan, hopefully that doesn't happen. But if it did, I'll be here for you. Okay. And what else? That's all I need to say. I think that's it. That's good enough. And I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a great weekend. And I'm fucked. I'll post some pictures there in a minute. I'm going to take some pictures. I got to see how bad my roof is and shit. It's ripped off right now. They're